There's the new intro.
Hey, looks good.
Eric Keys.
Hey,
How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right. Can I start off?
Let's
with
go.
Okay, so last name is actually Kais.
Kais? No shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No one knows that. I'm hoping that if it gets out on a podcast, that people watch that. We'll finally, after it's from the age of birth till now, have some people getting it right.
No shit. No, I've never heard anyone say Kais.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Me
say
either, barely.
Eric Kais. Kais, like the skies.
Oh, it's eyes with a K in front of it.
Right, but it doesn't look like that, so it's confusing. There was something else you said you wanted to say for the
Oh,
podcast.
yeah, no, I was just
we were
gonna-
talking beforehand.
Yeah, so I was just going to tell you, like a year ago, around this time, about a year and a half ago, you and I met up for like a couple hours or whatever, and I was working as like a account manager
this,
for Charles Awad over at Patmos Design Identity. Shout out to them, big ups. And you had come to us kind of seeking out some design ideas and possible webcasts, web design ideas, website stuff. And we had this conversation and you talked about this podcast. And I was like, we'll see, like is he going to do it? Is it really going to happen? Whatever.
Yeah.
And you did the perfect thing. You laid quiet. You just hunkered down. You talked about it here and there. You tried some, like around that same time, you were like kind of starting to kick out some of your jokes and stuff like that. You were trying to do, and some of them were hit or miss or whatever. You were finding your identity, Like it was cool to see. And here we are, like a year later. You busted your ass, and we're in here, and you've got this cool ass studio, and we're doing this thing on the mics, and you got your own design set up. I mean, this is fancy as fuck, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sincerely, I do, man.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that because I do remember that. I remember everything about that. And I connected with the local comedy scene. I started getting close with a couple of the comedians in town.
Sure.
And started bouncing joke ideas off of them and stuff. And most of them were really encouraging. They're like, that is a great joke. I mean, you need to get on stage and work it out. But the premise is brilliant. Like, they're like, that's awesome, And I really still don't even know how to write a joke. But I do understand it just comes from like having a funny idea, and then convincing a good comic says this is funny to me. Now I have to figure out how to convince the rest of you that it's also funny,
right?
But I never ended up getting on stage. Even when I put my name down, I never got called.
Oh, sure,
right. So I never actually got up on stage at a comedy show. Is what I did do though is I filled in for Dying Euphoria.
Yeah, you did
at that silly little main event thing,
which
ended up being great. And I did a couple other things too. And what I did is I just started working in those bits in between songs.
Yeah.
My favorite bit that actually, you know what? I can't even do it because I can't burn it on the podcast.
No, don't do that.
Save it. I'll tell you after the podcast because it killed.
Okay.
But what I will say is that all the jokes that I wrote and had me giggling in my car or at work or here, whatever, because I was still working back then too, is none of them worked. Not one of them. Every single one of them bombed. I gotta flip my headphones around.
Okay, do that quick.
They they all bombed like horrifically, dude. Like one was so bad that Jeremy Blake on stage in the middle of the set literally got on the mic, turned and looked at me and went, "What the fuck are you talking about right now?" And I was like, "Forget it, never mind. Let's hit the next song." And they just went right into it because they're old pros, right?
Yeah,
they're like, "Fucking A." But the ones I improv'd killed, and luckily they killed hard enough to where not only do I remember them, but I remember them verbatim.
Yep.
Because contrary to popular belief, I don't go on stage drunk. I don't drink when I'm on stage. I might sip a beer,
sure,
but as a singer, even that little and you can appreciate this,
I can.
A little bit of alcohol could completely fuck your voice for the entire set.
Yep.
I don't even know how James Hetfield does it, but the podcast thing you mentioned too. So I was doing all of this shit or trying to do. So not only did I lay quiet, I did two things. I also realized I wasn't going to be able to gain traction in the music or the podcast or the comedy if I was trying to do all three at once like that.
Right.
I figured let's put the comedy on the back burner because I'm not getting up anyways.
Right.
Like it'd be one thing if I was getting up and like getting a couple laughs, but I was like, these motherfuckers ain't even giving me time.
Right.
All right, I'll put that on I'll keep writing jokes. I'll keep doing it on stage with bands and shit like that.
Yeah.
But let me focus on this podcast. And then I did an audio version and I got, I'd say 8 in the can. I think 8's the right number.
Right.
I'm going off of my memory. And honestly, they were pretty decent, but they were audio only. I got shit-faced on every fucking podcast. and they were all death metal musicians.
Yeah.
And so when I sat back after I had 8 in the can, I'm like, all right, now I'm gonna, because I didn't listen to them either.
Oh, okay.
I listened to the first one with Greg, and I was like, this was awesome.
Yep.
And then just did 7 more,
yep.
thinking I'm gonna put these on my website soon. And I'm going somewhere with this, so remind me about the website thing, because if I lose my train of thought, just say website, and I'll remember.
I'm just gonna let you go off the rails.
So I did the 8, and then I was like, all right, I got 8 in the bank here.
Yep.
I'm getting ready to upload them to my fucking website I'm currently having designed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I sent her one just to test it. But while I did that, I was listening to all of them. And I was like, this isn't good. This isn't what nope, we're not doing this. Nope, shut it down. Shut the whole thing down.
Yeah.
And that's what I did. And then you're right. I didn't talk about it. I didn't fucking hype it up. I didn't like, oh yeah, update on the podcast to coming soon, blah, 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 blah. I was like, nope, we're not doing any of that shit.
Right.
We're not promoting it. We're not telling anybody. We're not doing a goddamn thing. We're just going to do it. And then COVID hit. So I actually had, for the first time ever, time and money. And then this happened. It took me several months, but it did happen.
Yeah.
Well, but where I was going with this was the website thing is you said to me, you and your guy, when we were talking about the website, you guys are like, here's the thing is like, you do it with us. We do it right. It's a $10,000 all in deal, but you quit your job.
Yeah.
Like we do it right.
Right.
He goes, you can do a Squarespace or a WordPress or whatever. Here's the thing. That's totally what ended up happening because I just didn't have 10 grand sitting around. Plus, there's all the money for the equipment. Yep. So it's going to be an incremental thing. And
of course,
I mean, I hope I was really impressed by what they did over there and what you were a part of as well.
Yeah.
And I still, that's in the back of my mind. Like I'm still thinking about that. Like,
you should keep it there.
I know basically what I'm doing is essentially like the local band version of jumping into the music industry. Like I understand there's several levels of this above me. Right, but where do you
start? You know, like you've got to get going. You've got to. If you want to be a podcaster, you got to fucking podcast. If I want to be a coach and a trainer, I got to fucking coach and train people. That's the only thing you can do.
Yep. And like, I got buddies that are now like, hey, I think I want to start one. Would you help me out? And I'm like, absolutely. Yeah. They're like, okay, where do I start? Well, let's figure out your format. But first and foremost, start doing it. Right. Like, don't do what I did, right, and like seek perfection for years and years and years. Just start doing it. Because I let a lot of things get in my way too. It was like, oh, I'm busy with this, I'll do that next month. Oh, I'm busy with this, this is more important right now. Some of it was the riots, you know, a lot of the shit we went through was legit and justified, but I was actually still doing all of this and setting this up during all of that. I was doing this during the day as part of like, I'd get on Facebook and do my little live rants testing my equipment. You know, I'd put right in the title, do not watch this. This will not be interesting. I'm just testing my equipment. And then I'd go on some political rant and people are like, dude, you really need to do those more often. That shit was hilarious. But, I mean, really the point was like, once I knew I had the bare minimum of what I wanted, audio, video, and a decent set, it's just start doing it. Yeah. And then, I mean, we're going to upgrade. Eventually, I'll hook up with either that same company or a company like them. We'll get the real website up and running. We'll upgrade the mics, the cameras. Hopefully soon, we're going to make some of those upgrades. But
yeah, dude, like just take it one step at a time.
That internet shit is expensive. I had no idea walking in there. I was like, fuck, I was hoping like $2,000 because I could have probably pulled that off.
Yep.
10?
10. Yeah, 10. Yeah, no. And what he gets you versus you know, doing the Squarespace thing and whatever is he helps people develop their brands. And that's the thing. Is it's not just like a website. It's a totality of how you're going to operate a business moving forward. And that's what he specializes in. He specializes in helping people build that brand.
Should we give him a plug?
We
should. You guys end on good terms?
Oh yeah, we didn't end on anything. He's one of my best friends.
Let's plug him.
20 years. Charles Awad over at Patmos Design and Identity, homegrown right here in Minneapolis, Northeast Minneapolis. He's had that same building, same office since his inception.
It's by the fucking.
It's right by Sample Room.
Yeah, Sample Room.
It's right above Sample Room in Northeast.
It's right down the road from me, actually.
Yep, very talented guy, very introspective, very. He's kind of a world traveler of sorts. He's got dual citizenship for here in Lebanon. Wow. He's a really interesting, cool. You should have him on the podcast. actually.
I'd love to have him on the
He's a
podcast. He was a
fantastic
cool
guy.
fucking dude. One of the things, not only would I love to have him on the podcast, but one of the things I appreciated about him just in that description is he's not a podcaster.
No.
He doesn't have a podcast.
He does now.
He
does now, yeah.
And he didn't give me the impression that he watched or listened to any podcasts.
Oh,
but
sure.
he already knew more about podcasting than I did.
Right.
A guy who's trying to start one. So like he clearly is a dude who understands the auxiliaries around his main vehicle. And that was in that case podcasting.
He has the ability to communicate better than almost anyone I know. He has an instinctive level of communication, and he's seen so and been and done so through so much shit. He's one of the most interesting people I've ever met. I could tell stories for days about this dude, that interesting things and behaviors and such, but I'll spare everyone.
What's his website?
So I think it's just,
I'm gonna throw it up for them.
Patmos. So PATMOS. Design identity right there. Yep, it's on the screen. Yeah, actually, if you backspace once, it'll pop back up right down there.
Oh, there it is. Right
there it is.
Boom.
Yep.
Here, and then we'll just show everybody. They can just fucking.
He's pretty damn good at search engine optimization as well. If you can't tell by the top ranking on Google there when you search his place.
Should be pulling up here.
Yeah, he just did this awesome death metal logo for Falling Knife Brewery, who are one of his clients, a local brewery here. He's focused mostly in the libations department.
Check these guys out if you guys are interested.
So check them out if you got a business, or you're trying to start a small business, or you need some extra oomph behind your marketing during these tough times. Try to add extra attention to your business. You should reach out to them.
And I think that's crucial more now than ever, because people really, especially if you're doing anything where you don't physically have to be there for that product or service, you need to diversify your customer base, because you can't depend on your local consumer market anymore because of the fucking state of the economy. Motherfuckers are unemployed. They ain't got no jobs. Right. They're fucking declaring bankruptcy, moving to the I mean, it's a wild time. So now a lot of people are trying to figure out how to cut their budgets and shit. An old business tactic is now you actually advertise more than ever.
That's a proven business tactic.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's an old school business tactic
that
a lot of new businesses don't understand, let alone even implement.
Right.
They say, well, business is tough right now. It's really slow. We need to cut back on advertising, and it's like, that's literally the opposite logic.
You need to double down on advertising and cut back on your shitty payroll.
Yep.
That's what you need to do.
Yep.
You need to cut. Yep. You need to cut Timmy, who can't even stock the shelves right. You need to cut him, send his ass home.
I get that he's your brother's kid.
Yeah, it's fine.
But he's also an idiot.
Yeah, he's just not doing you any fucking favors, and he's costing you $20 an hour. So get him the fuck out of there.
He's a moron. He's a moron.
Yeah, he drags a foot. I mean, and he's not even. He has no disability. He just drags a foot because he's that fucking lazy.
And he has a speech impediment, so it's not like you can put him on the sales floor.
Yeah. I mean, you can't talk to him.
And he's got really bad dandruff, and he doesn't brush his teeth. So
yeah, I mean, you gotta pick your winners, and that's just not fucking one of them.
Yeah, that's a tough thing too now, man, because there aren't even a lot of jobs out there. I'm thinking on the opposite side of that spectrum. It's like,
there's just not a lot of good paying jobs out there.
Yeah, but even the ones that are out there, like, they're in high demand now. So like people are like, oh, Walmart's hiring, Target's hiring. It's like, yeah, but everyone's also applying for them. So they have the pick of the litter now. Yeah. And I'm not saying like maybe you won't get hired, but I'm saying like they're not in a desperate position for workers.
No, there's plenty of people to hire. Yeah.
Right. So that's not exactly a great place to be for working conditions or morale. Because they'll be like, everyone's looking for a job right now, man. I can get rid of you in 2 seconds. And I'll have your job filled by the end of the night, which is true.
Employment via attrition or necessity is never as enjoyable as employment via choice or working where you'd like to work. Yeah. Sometimes, and I'm real rich fucking talking about that. I've protested going back to work essentially after I lost my corporate job in 2019 in February, And
what were you doing?
I was working for a financial institution in downtown Minneapolis.
Okay.
Corporate job, just back office type stuff.
I did that. I worked for Wells Fargo and U.S. Bank down there.
Yeah,
too shitty. Well, the Wells Fargo job was cool because I picked that up as a temp.
Oh, sure.
I was literally in the mailroom.
Yeah.
But I had another side hustle where I was balling out of control, so it didn't matter.
If I were built that way to like work in that environment and do that kind of thing, that place that I worked would have been. I really can't say anything negative about them as an employer because they really are pretty fucking top notch. And the job wasn't even bad or anything. It's just not
for you.
It really just wasn't for me. And
square peg round hole.
Yeah.
We've literally had that conversation.
Yeah, we have.
Times.
Yeah. So I mean, I got nothing but love for those guys. They did what they had to do. I really wasn't performing that well as an employee. So when they eliminated my position, I guess I wasn't too surprised about that.
Or heartbroken.
No, I really wasn't. I was really more excited than anything. It's got me where, I mean, I went through shit the last year or so, but now things are turning around. Yeah.
And if you think about it though, man, as adults, we've really been going through shit since about 2008, 2009. Because when 2011 happened, we were kids. We were still in high school or just getting out of high school. We didn't really have to deal with anything. Like, I'm sorry, when you're 21 and you have a job, you still don't have to deal with anything.
No, not most of the time.
Right, unless you're one of those weirdos, and we all know one.
Yeah.
We all got that friend who already owned a house at 21 because he was that kid who saved all his money since he was 12.
Yeah, that's okay too.
I'm not mocking him. I'm saying he's a fucking weirdo. He's an anomaly.
He exists.
Yeah. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows that kid, and he was dealing with some shit. He's got a mortgage and insurance, and fucking, he's like really dealing with it. And he's paying property taxes and like realizing his vote doesn't matter at the city council, and they're fucking, oh, now I can't have sticks in my yard because of the new ordinance. Like,
but he also mowed his yard on the day they brought him home from the hospital. So it's like he was just fucking born to do that shit.
Right, exactly. A born homeowner. He was an old man at 19.
Yeah, he just came home and they like popped him out and he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna mow this yard. And he's
that's also probably the same kid who went hunting with his dad every weekend. You know what I mean? Like he was like fully trained on all weapons by 14 years old. He was a Boy Scout most likely. Yeah. We all know this guy.
He's got a grenade hook shot that would rival Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and it's just like,
yep.
Carmelo.
Carmelo. Yeah. The rest of us at 21, we weren't dealing with anything.
No.
We were having fun. We were getting laid. We were getting fucked up. Even if you weren't in a band, you were still doing those two things. Like, that's exactly what all 21-year-olds are doing.
I was straight edge on my 21st birthday.
Were you really? Were you really?
I just remembered that. It lasted all of about like a year, maybe at best.
That was a huge movement. Do you remember how like that was like the first time kids could get militant about something that I remember. Like, I remember being at a show and like somebody seeing me drink a Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
And some kid walked up and slapped it out of my hands.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what he said. Caffeine is for pussies. Sugar is something is for pussies.
It sounds vaguely familiar. Yeah.
And I was like, I looked at my band members. I don't even remember what band I was in. And I was like, I'm going to slap that bitch. And they were like, do not, because everyone here is straight edge and they will lynch you.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, what? And they were like, everyone here is straight edge.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck is straight edge?
Yeah.
And then they schooled me, and it was like, explain to the viewers or the listeners what straight edge was and how militant it got.
As a movement, I mean, it's like anything, it was a spectrum. There was guys who took it super seriously and they beat your ass for drinking a soda in front of you. They'd knock it out of your hand or whatever, be real super fucking pricks about it. And then there were other dudes that just kind of did it for themselves.
Well, yeah, and there was people like that just didn't do like real drugs, like, so they didn't drink, they didn't smoke pot, they didn't do anything like that. But then there's people that took it to the extreme where like they didn't eat chocolate.
They're getting fucking X's tattooed on their hands when they're like...
That's exactly the guys I'm talking about.
Yeah, they're getting X's tattooed on their hands, and now they go into a bar and get laughed at because they fucking grew up, that whole thing.
Yep.
And
I'm not even mocking them.
No,
I was just shocked.
No.
I was shocked as to how militant they were, and that was like my first introduction towards like children, literally kids,
right?
Like using violence to enforce their own ideology that was part of their own subculture. Like, it wasn't religious based.
No,
it had nothing
not usually.
to do with religion. It had nothing to do with anything other than they believed in body purity.
Right, yeah.
Like
well,
some
that's
crazy
what they said.
shit.
They were just looking for a place to belong, you know. They just
It was
felt,
just another
felt
church.
disjointed. It's
True.
it's another tribe.
And I'm not mocking them either.
No, and I should clarify that I'm not either. Whatever you want to do with yourself, I'm not going to mock
you
it.
were straight edge, so you literally are allowed to mock them.
I was.
That's like me being Jewish.
Yeah.
I can make all the Jew jokes I want, but you can't.
Yeah.
Actually, you can, because you're in a room with me right now.
We'll see. I might sneak one in and you don't even know it.
You just shouldn't do it on the internet. That's the key. Like you and me privately in a room.
Yeah.
Hit me with them.
Right.
But on the internet, probably not.
I would never.
I'm sociologically not allowed to make fun of straight edgers because I never was a straight edger. Sure. You, on the other hand, have a full fucking green card on there.
Yeah. And it's silly to a point, is what I'll say about it. It's silly to it's good to have things you believe in and that you have convictions about and stuff. And if that helps you in your life and you know, you take that with you and it helps you be a better person and stuff. But if you're being a dickhead to people, which is naturally just going to happen eventually, you know, someone's going to be a dickhead to you eventually. Mm-hmm. But if you're just out to be a dickhead, like you don't have the wherewithal when you're 16, 17, 18, 19 years old, most of the time to like check yourself, right? And be like, I'm being a douchebag.
Isn't it funny though how like every group gets like that?
Yeah,
like every group.
Every
like
group.
You name a group.
Yeah.
There's the normals. There's the softies who go too far with the ideology, and then you have like the fucking militants that go too far with the ideology the other way, and they like enforce it. Name it.
Right.
Like whether it's the Christian religion, and you have the fucking Southern Baptist Church out there fucking getting violent with people. Like it happens in every possible group. It's always going to happen.
I want to say most of my life I've lived by kind of an all or nothing motto, but the last few years, maybe it's age, whatever, I've found myself to be a little more middle of the road on like temperament wise.
Sure.
And I have a lot more empathy, and I have that thing now where I can take a step back and go, okay, am I? And this is new for me. I've never had this before. Yeah,
really?
God,
because you said you used to have an all or nothing philosophy.
Yeah. So
like, give me an example. So like, and we can keep it light. We don't have to get super heavy on everything.
Yeah, but like, so if we were gonna go out and like, if I was gonna go out with some buddies and drink, like if we were gonna go out and have a night, you know, it has to be a night. Like I want to time travel. Like I want to get fucked up, you know? And like if there we go. I guess a little bit of it still kind of exists in me. There's a fraction of that still remains, but I'm trying to kill it. You know, in the right places.
So you're literally a dive headfirst guy, is what you're saying.
Yeah. I just want to fucking get it. I just want to go.
See, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but I also understand.
No, but you gotta aim it right.
Right, exactly. And
Yeah.
I also understand how we get older, how we can start to see the nuances in that, because it's what it really is it's a reckless mindset.
Exactly.
Which reckless isn't always bad, is what I'm trying to get at. Like reckless is what makes your best football players. It's what makes your best musicians.
Yeah.
It's what makes your best actors.
Yeah.
But even they rein it in after a while, because there's a certain level of self-destruction that comes with it, and you can only take so much.
Yeah. Risk versus reward is how I try to look at it. It is how I've been operating as of late. And
that's key, because you got a kid now, right?
I've had a kid for a long time.
Really?
She's 14.
No shit.
Yeah, she's
so maybe
14.
do you have like a niece that was just born recently? Because I swear to God, in the last few months, I swear, maybe it was just an old picture or memory you shared then. Because I swear to God, in the last few months, I seen you holding a little baby, and maybe I'm mixing it up, maybe I'm making this up, but I swear the caption was something like, maybe it was like your niece, or like your friend's daughter or something.
Yeah, because
it was a little girl in like a little pink tutu. She had a little ribbon and a little bow on her head. She was adorable.
It could have been an old picture of my kid.
That's what I'm saying. Like it could have even been that. I mean, fuck.
My mom shares stuff and tags me in it all the time.
Sure,
so it could have been that. And I have most of my stuff is public because I use Facebook now. A few months ago, I started using Facebook like specifically only for business. All social media, actually. I don't post much of my personal stuff.
I think I need to start
on
doing
there.
that.
I would encourage you to do that. I think that
I was on fire today.
Yeah,
Dude, it was not good. I was on fire. I was making a lot of people happy, and I was pissing a lot of other people off.
Yeah,
on both sides of the fence. Let me just say that I was not making one group happy today. I was making a lot of individual people on both sides of the fence very happy, depending on the subject I happen to be talking about.
But do any of them know about your business now?
Well, see, here's the thing is I separate my two, right? So when I do that shit, I have like my personal one, which like, by the way, I've gotten a lot of friend request notifications, but I don't check or accept friend requests on my personal profile.
Oh, sure.
Like if you guys are seeing the channel and trying to follow me, like you got to follow Jared Singer live.
Yep.
Because I get a notification that shows friend requests, but I don't ever check that folder and I never accept friends on that because that shit is reserved for people that know me personally.
Right.
And they either tolerate my craziness or they also know like I'm either like being fucking funny or I'm being a troll on purpose or I'm seeding a joke or I'm like sussing something out in my own mind or asking genuine questions.
Just
like,
being you.
Yeah, like exactly being me.
Right.
Whereas then I have Jared Singer Live, which is exactly what you just described.
Right.
That's my business side. And like my buddy was asking me why I didn't name the podcast Jared Singer Live so my YouTube lines up with everything else.
Right.
And I was like, I had to think about that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, because I'm Jared Singer in real life.
Yep.
Online, I'm Jared Singer Live. And then the podcast is a show.
Yeah, you broke this down when we were at Patmos last year.
Okay.
Yeah, when we did that.
So I didn't realize I was thinking about this that long ago.
Yeah, man. Yeah, see, it's crazy, right? But it was little things that you did every day that, and even that fact that you were just thinking about it and letting those fucking things crank in your head, and you were taking small little tiny actions towards it. Like that's what made this thing happen.
I think I agree with that. Because Rome wasn't built in a day.
Hell no.
You know, and I am a very methodical person. Like even my scheduling is methodical. Like
same.
Well, at least at the beginning it was. Now it's kind of like, who do I want to have on? Now that we're a little bit more established, I've got some subscribers. Like people understand what's going on now. We've got a little bit of a culture going. People know what they're getting into, like you said, when they come on the podcast now. Like
I was excited about this one. Sometimes I get offered to go on one, and I'm like, oh, no, I don't want to fucking do it.
I appreciate that, dude, because we should even tell people you were supposed to be like episode number 2.
Yeah.
Episode number 2 was supposed to be Zach and then you, and I don't remember what came up, but we just had to reschedule.
You and I talked for 3 hours on the phone and had our own podcast.
Is that what it was?
Kind of right there, and then that was the next podcast was supposed to be like just a week later. And I was like, I just talked to this guy for 3 fucking hours, man.
Was it 3 hours or was it an hour?
No, it was long ass time. We talked on the phone. Yeah, we talked for we hadn't talked in a long time. So like
that's true.
We were FaceTiming too.
I'm sorry, man.
No, that's okay. That's kind of how we just talked for an hour before we started.
We totally did, dude.
So it's fine.
We did have a mini, but we had a whole podcast. Yeah. I went off about pretty much all the things.
Yeah.
And you kind of did too. Like
of course I did.
We got some good shit off our chest, so we didn't come in too hot on the podcast.
Yeah, right. No, it's good times.
There's too much chaos going on right now, and I'm not intentionally avoiding the Kenosha shit, but it's I kind of learned my lesson with the Covington kid. Do you remember him?
Yes.
Like everyone, including me, immediately said, "Fuck that smug little punk." Wearing that hat, walking up to a dude in Native American, like all that shit. It just seemed bad, right? And I'm not a Trump hater or a supporter. Like I do hate Trump as a person,
like as an individual.
Yeah, because I hated him before he got into office. Again,
exactly.
Not only did I hate the cops before it was cool and popular, I hated Trump before it was cool and popular. Like as soon as he announced for president, I was like, "Fuck that guy."
Dude, I hated that guy. Like when I saw him on fucking Home Alone 2 in like 1991, I was like, "That guy is a piece of shit."
Really?
100%.
Okay, so I was you're a slightly more.
I was like in the theater as like a kid, like something about that guy.
I hated him in Celebrity Apprentice.
Yeah,
when I seen the hole in his logic and intelligence and leadership. So, Gene Simmons went against the grain in classic genius fashion.
Sure,
and did something that Kodak didn't ask for, but he was right. And when it came down to it, Trump's like, "You didn't do what they asked." And he goes, "Well, they didn't know what they wanted.
Right.
I showed them what they needed to do." And Trump's like, "Listen, they wanted to double their sales and they accomplished that." And he goes, "They doubled their sales at half the price. That's a hollow victory. That's not more profitable. You sold twice as many things at half the price or half the profit. That's not a win. If you call that a win, you're wrong. And Trump goes, no, you're wrong, and you fired. And he goes, come talk to me in a couple of years when Kodak goes out of business. Sure as fucking shit, 2 or 3 years later, Kodak declared bankruptcy. They're not around anymore.
Right.
And so
well, somebody saved them.
Yeah, but
like the film side,
it still happened.
Like the movie, the movie film side. Right. I don't know about the.
They got out of cameras. They got out of printers. Like I own a Kodak printer sitting around here in a box.
Yeah,
they haven't even opened it. That was the end of their run.
It's like Black & Decker making coffee makers. Get the fuck out of there. You don't need to, what the fuck are you doing?
Exactly, right? Like, and they were the original camera company, like commercial, cheap consumer camera. Like they had a market for a long time and they fucked that shit up. But I'm just saying, like, that was back in like, again, 2010, 2013 era.
Right.
Like way before he decided to become president. And when they announced him, I was like, well, this makes sense because the whole thing's rigged. Hillary's going to win, and they're all in on it. I was full Illuminati at this time. I was like, they're all in on it. They're propping up Trump because he's completely insane, and he can't be a good president. So, like, it's all just to, like, make Hillary look like the only choice.
Right.
And then he didn't win. Or she didn't win. And I'm like, oh, my God, maybe it's not all rigged. That was the first moment where I was like, maybe not everything is a full-blown Illuminati conspiracy.
Right, or it just went the other way.
Well, is what I'm getting at, though, is I finally realized, like, your vote actually counts.
Oh, sure.
Because I legitimately thought it doesn't matter who you vote for. They move the numbers around and get who they want. Right. I actually thought it was, like, truly rigged. Like a bad battle of the bands, right?
Right. So, like any battle of the bands. I think that's the right way to say that.
So I'm like, okay, so maybe the people do have a voice. And that actually gave me a little bit of hope.
Sure.
And then when everybody else jumped on the train even before that, with the grab her by the pussy, I'm like, the dude's a known piece of shit. Like, why are you? And that's been my whole thing for the last 4 years.
Same.
Why do you all keep acting like you're surprised?
Yeah.
Like he was never a good dude. He was never like the moral, ethical guy. Going back to the 80s or early 90s, I remember him saying, well, I want this casino permit. And they were like, you can't. Those are reserved for Native Americans. And he's like, well, why do those people have a permit then? And they're like, because they're Native American. And he goes, well, they don't look Native to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my fucking God. Like, okay, that's a racist comment. Like,
for sure.
There's some evidence that he's racist, right? Like, now that was before he was president, and people do change. So maybe he's not racist anymore.
Taking all of that into account, that people do and can and do change. And I wholeheartedly believe that. This guy has a track record of shittiness that dates back to birth.
He's got the weirdest history, though. He's got this, like, back and forth fucking contradictory history. So like the Trump housing village scandal, right? Like he's on record as like they definitely denied black people housing.
Of course they did.
And they literally put C's on colored people's applications and auto denied them. Like and he tried to sue them for that. He tried to sue the government for that as a false allegation. Didn't win that lawsuit and settled out of court on his that he got sued for. So like that's basically admission. Like you pay the lawsuit, you're like, I don't want to fight this anymore. Fine here.
Yeah.
But then he turned around and he busted a homeless black woman living in his hotel and let her live there for free. Still to this day, she's still there.
Yeah,
like that was way before he ran for president.
I think
so. Like he has like sympathy and empathy for a person, but not the group of people. That's what it kind of seems like.
I think it's more whimsical than that, though. With him, I think he's always one way. He's always racist. He's always shitty,
and then makes exceptions.
And then he makes exceptions to those where he sees it advantageous to himself.
But this is what I'm saying: is that this was when he busted that woman and let her stay. That was years and years and years before he became president.
Right, but he got to tell everybody about him doing that, and everybody was like,
maybe you're right. You're probably right. There's probably some selfish motive in there, but it definitely was never made news.
Right
until people called him a racist during his election, and then somebody found that woman and then published that article and did
like a counter thing, like saying that he wasn't or whatever.
And that was the first time I had heard about it. So from my perception, it's like, well, you have all these racist acts, and then you have all these other acts and I'm saying acts.
Yeah.
actions.
Sure.
Like you did these things and you said these things that are definitely racist. Two of them I just brought up, the Native American thing and the housing scandal.
Right.
But then he does these other things that don't seem racist. So I'm like, fuck, man, it's the most confusing shit I've ever heard in my life. I don't even know where to stand with it.
I think that
he still seems racist, though.
He seems really racist.
He seems racist.
And here's the thing. Instead of, we've got this guy, he's clearly got some things about him.
And I'm okay with going on record saying I actually do think he is racist because of those first two things.
Give a fuck. Yeah,
I do think he's racist because of those first two things. And the anti-racist actions he's made didn't seem like virtue signaling or political weaponry, so to speak. So I'm willing to still try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm also fully willing to assert that he's probably definitely racist.
I mean,
he seems racist.
He seems racist. Yeah. I guess I can't say for certain because I don't fucking know the guy and I don't want to. I got enough fucking friends. That's how I look at that. And the president damn sure isn't going to be my friend. So I think that instead of focusing so much on who he is, we talk about how we got a person like that into office in the first fucking place. How we as people.
What do you think happened there? Because I have some, and I don't think I've talked about this on the podcast, so this will actually be pretty good. But I want you to go first. What do you? Why do you think we ended up with Trump? Because we touched on this we hinted at this beforehand. I go, no, but everybody complains about the problems we have, but nobody wants to ask how we got to this problem.
Right. Yeah.
So how did we end up with Trump?
I think that if I had to make a broad, like, overarching statement, like a generalization,
we're gonna have to oversimplify it.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we do have a lot of time. It is a long form podcast, but we're talking like a semester at college worth of information. So
exactly.
We'll still have to bullet point it.
I think it comes from a number of different things happening, but if I had to say one major thing in general is that we started. How do I even say this? Like, how do I conceptualize this? We started leaning on the government for too much, and I mean that in the sense of government without enough participation from people, in the general public. Like, it's this mentality of career politicians. It's no term limits on the House and the Senate type thing. Like, it's a whole plethora of just too much. People in general don't seem. It just has seemed like as it keeps going through time and our merger with technology, that people's reliance and they don't want to do things themselves. They want to be spoon-fed stuff, and that doesn't seem to have always been the case. There was not a lot of, when there were less options. You just did things because you needed to do them to survive. Right?
Now, the smooth brain response would be to say, I think you're being nostalgic. Why is that not just an idea of nostalgia? Like, because I understand where you're going with this, and I know what people are thinking right now. Well, dude, you're just being nostalgic. That's that "Make America Great Again" shit.
Yeah, but it's not. No. Like, I don't think America was ever great. That's the thing. Like,
right.
That's the thing, is I don't think it was. I think that everything that makes America great or that makes America what it is, rather, not great. It's not fucking great. But
it's still less shitty than most places.
That's it. It's the concept of the potential, because the way that it's always worked is if you have an idea and you have a way of life that you'd like to pursue, it's possible. It's possible to do that, but it takes effort. And I think that the thing that changed the most is that the effort, or the ability to even maybe exert the effort, is gone. Like a lot of the manufacturing jobs, a lot of all that stuff. I mean, we kept thinking at home when we should have been thinking more broadly than that. We didn't change fast enough, in my opinion. So we didn't find ways to keep those jobs here when it mattered most. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so when you're saying we were thinking locally, not broadly enough, you were saying in a time perspective.
Right.
We were thinking short term, not long term.
And I think that's so I should clarify that like.
Do you need to plug your phone in, by the way?
I do.
I got a fast charger here. Just give it to me.
Okay.
You can keep your brick.
Okay. Sweet. Thank you. Keep my brick. Trey, you need the cable?
Yeah, that's the one I need.
Perfect.
Okay, so
no.
Yeah, you were speaking in that scope. That
yeah. So when I'm saying
time.
These things, I'm saying it across time that this happened. There's no magic moment or whatever. It's just this gradual evolution. Change takes time, and that's just all there is to it. And so how did we get here? We just need to look back. I mean, history can teach us a lot. I'm not saying nostalgia. I'm not yearning for some other time. I want a better future. That's the thing. And I think that how we get there to a better future is we kind of look at the fucking mess we've got ourselves in. And just like if you were an individual, the country as a whole needs to take a step back and go, well, here we are. How the fuck did we manage to do this? It took all of us acting like assholes together to get us into this one, didn't it, guys?
Yeah, and I agree with that. Else. And we kind of touched on this before the podcast too, because I think to me, this is what I find terrifying, is that quite literally, we got to a place where we have full-blown government tyranny at multiple levels now.
Right.
We have a police brutality issue across the country.
Right.
We have an administration that's sicking literal dogs and fucking DHS agents on civilians or citizens.
Sure.
Which they promised us they wouldn't do. And now we want to blame the guy who's definitely creating a worse situation in Trump.
He's not making it any better.
We want to pull him out, and we want to put in office the guy who's actually responsible for all this, which is Biden, who wrote the 94 crime bill, the 98 omnibus bill, all of these things that led up to and again, there's guys in between we're failing to acknowledge. Like, for example, George W. Bush, who wrote got the Patriot Act passed, and then Obama, who recontinued it. So we've had both Republicans and Democrats from literally the Clinton administration till now, that each one of them is only giving the government more authority to oppress us in different ways. So how did we get here? We got here by thinking one of the parties is evil and the other one is good. And when one of them issues laws, it's okay, and when the other one issues laws, it's a problem. And I made this post today. I said it's hilarious to me how all my lefty friends are starting to adopt conservative beliefs, because they're finally realizing the government shouldn't be trusted.
Yeah.
The government doesn't care about us.
Right.
And almost everything they do ends up just oppressing us even more.
Right.
And it's kind of ironic, and then I had to add in, P.S., I'm liberal, but I'm liberal because of my conservative beliefs. Because my conservative beliefs are about getting the government out of our personal lives.
Right.
I don't have sympathy for corporations.
Right.
Like, I don't think a big major corporation that deals in chemicals or oil or fucking selling health products should be free to let the market decide whether they're ethical or not. Because they'll cover that shit up.
Exactly.
We know that.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I'm not a Republican. That's why I'm not a conservative. I have conservative beliefs, but my conservative beliefs actually make me liberal.
Weird. You can be I think they call that, it used to be called an individual. That's what it used to be called. It used to be called having individual original fucking thought and your own thoughts.
Well, and it's weird because I was brought up on these conservative beliefs, but now when I go back to my core principles that I was raised under and the things I believe in, now those things make me liberal. Not a liberal, but liberal. So I'm pro-gay rights, I'm pro-gay marriage, I'm not pro-abortion.
You're pro-human.
Yeah. The government shouldn't have the right to come in and decide what you can and cannot do, especially when it's enforced.
What's a government but a gathering of people telling others what to do? For an agreed upon. The problem is that we don't have an agreed upon vision of what this place should be about and like. We don't have that, and I don't know that we ever.
It is the great American experiment.
They call it that for a fucking reason. And I don't have the answers. I'm not that smart of a guy. I have some intuition.
I don't have the answers either.
I can think about it, complex things like that, but all of that stuff goes, beyond the scope of my knowledge, and so like me trying to comment on it, it makes me sound like an ignorant asshole because I don't fucking know how to word what I'm feeling.
Here's the thing though, is I don't think it makes you sound like an ignorant asshole because no one's expecting, everybody's allowed to have an opinion. Everyone gets an opinion. That's why we all get a vote. And it would be socially irresponsible if we limited these conversations to only philosophers and legal scholars. Because here's the thing is we're the ones affected by it. We're the ones that live in this world. So we have to rationalize any of the policies that get placed. So we're trying to think about how we feel and react and understand the world as it is from our point of view. So like, I understand you're also trying to be humble and you don't want to sound like an arrogant prick, and neither do I, to be perfectly honest. But it's our civic duty to have these discussions because we have a responsibility, and that's called our vote. And where we place that vote. And that's another thing where I think, how did we get here in this spot right now with these people? Well, we've been convinced for I don't even know how long that you only have two viable options. And all the campaigns that I can think of in the last how many years is, at least I'm not that person. That's basically Hillary's entire campaign was, I'm Hillary and I'm not Trump. And that's what Biden's doing now. And that's why they're going to lose again, because the DNC did not learn from their mistake. It's like a classic victim thing.
Fucking thing over again.
And it's like a classic victim thing. Instead of them looking at themselves as an organization, right? Or as a musician, fitness coach, right? Podcaster. When shit doesn't go your way and you lose, who do you blame? Yourself, right? Football teams. Anybody. You're in a competition, right? You're running for office. That's a fucking competition. Do not blame the other person. And the worst thing they did is they blamed the voters. That voted in the other person. That's why Trump will win again, is because they didn't realize they fucked up. They didn't take responsibility, put forth their best candidate that best represented America. They didn't actually build a campaign with new platforms that everyone would agree with. They literally did the same thing. They picked the worst possible candidate, right? That wouldn't alienate the corporate party, right? Because that's the thing, is the DNC is just as corporate as the fucking RNC.
Oh, they are gagging on that dick.
And then they're campaigning on the same thing, is just let Trump lose. He's not going to lose because you keep blaming the voters and calling everyone who doesn't agree with you either racist or, in this case, in Joe Biden's case, not black. Right? Like how stupid do you have to be to go, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And if you vote for Trump, you're also racist. You literally just challenged almost all of America right there. Like, dude, here's the thing is, I'm not voting for you because you're a fucking fascist. Like, you don't want guns. Your vice president wanted to put parents in school for truancy violations. You just both doubled down on record saying you don't even think it's a right that we should be able to own weapons. Like, we talked about this before the podcast. These problems started before Trump got in office. Police brutality was a problem before Trump got in office.
Way
I don't want to give those guys power. So now, in my mind, I have to vote for one of two people or not vote. I'm either voting for Trump, Joe Jorgensen, or I'm not voting. Point being is, it's not true that a vote for Joe or not voting is a vote for Trump. That's not true.
It's not.
You know what it's not? It's not a vote for Biden, because that's who I'm not voting for. If I vote for Trump, it's a vote for Trump. If I vote for Jorgensen, it's a vote for Jorgensen. But they go, no, a vote for Jorgensen is a vote for Trump. No, it's not.
It's just not.
That is, I know extremely smart people that say that, and I know why they say it. I get it.
The concept, it's a conceptual thing. It's not a. They don't mean it literally. They're saying that if you vote third party, Trump's gonna go back into office. That's what they're saying.
Because we need a unified front on this
and
side.
They're trying to frame it as like you're somehow guilty for speaking your mind as an American, saying, no, I want this person to represent me.
They did,
and my
nailed it.
That's it.
And
they're
they
making
did
you feel
that
guilty
shit
about
in 2016 when I voted for Gary Johnson. I actually watched a guy get on Facebook, somebody I'd recently met at a bar who was a friend of a friend, a very close friend of a friend. So like, it was like him and I actually really hit it off, and we exchanged numbers. We joined. We were going to hang out more often, and then the election happened, and he said, all you motherfuckers who voted for Gary Johnson, this is your fault.
I heard a lot of that too.
And I went, dude, the state still went to Hillary, bro. So you just completely alienated me, and you still got your win.
Right.
You just didn't get every other state in the nation.
Yeah.
Think about what you just said, bro.
Yeah.
Like, a vote for Johnson in that case was not a vote for Trump.
Right.
It was still a vote for Hillary.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hillary
I agree.
won Minnesota. So, so that logic doesn't track. Philosophically, I understand the concept, like you said.
Yeah.
But it's like, dude, that's not actually how the world works.
Yep.
And until we stop thinking we have to vote for the lesser of two evils, and everybody starts voting for the person they think is best for the country,
right?
This is not going to get. It's not going to stop, and it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse.
And I said when I said vote for like when I was referring to Jill Jorgensen is who I think I want to represent me, and I mean that is my voice in the country,
right?
Is best represented in by this person's beliefs that I also share some key points with that I think are most important, and that's all you can do.
Where I can respect people's vote, where I'm not voting for who I think is the best president. I'm voting for who I think is going to be the best fit right now in our situation. So that's where I don't get mad at people that are voting for like Joe Jorgensen definitively.
Right.
Because here's the thing, dude, is like she's kind of an anarchist, right?
A little bit. Like I kind of like it.
And I'm not criticizing her. I'm saying here's why she won't win, right? I talked about this with Jamal. She wants to defund public schools. She wants to get rid of Medicaid and Medicare. She wants to get rid of Social Security. And those are social safety nets, whether you agree with them or not.
Right.
Those are social safety nets that the most of the country is not going to get rid of.
No.
However, the same reason I think she won't win is the same reason I think she should win. Because no one will let her do that. Right. And that's what I think is best for the country right now.
I think so too, yeah.
Is Joe Jorgensen sitting in office getting nothing done for 4 fucking years. A just stalemate president.
Hit that pause button. Exactly. Hit that pause button. Can we just get
exactly what I'm saying?
I would kill for a Jimmy Carter right now.
Like, just God. Or Gerald Ford.
Yeah, like a Gerald Ford is who I meant. Yeah, like just some lame duck who's just a dickhead. He doesn't.
Here's the thing. That's exactly what Jimmy Carter was too.
Yeah,
Jimmy Carter was the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Is fuck. So it was.
He had a gas shortage and some
because it was Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush.
Right.
So coming from, I used to know all my presidents in order, like literally. I can make it pretty far still. Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield. And then I get fucked until I get to
like the Depression era.
No, I know.
That's where I start picking back up at.
I know Teddy Roosevelt was the president in 1900 at the turn of the century, and then I can stumble through the next few, and then I can get to like FDR, Woodrow Wilson, into Dwight D. Eisenhower, into JFK, LBJ, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush. Yeah. And then Clinton, Obama.
No, Clinton, Bush too. No, Clinton, Obama.
Clinton, Bush,
Clinton,
Obama,
Trump.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I get mixed up in that.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Oh, I got almost all of those.
You got almost all of them. That's good. Yeah.
Yeah, the little nerd credit from the way my mom raised me.
There
we were so poor, we read the dictionary for fun, or the encyclopedia for fun, and that the presidents were in that one.
I lucked out. We were poor, but my dad had to have cable.
Well, I think you're
still
right,
had
though.
HBO.
I think you're right though, because it was Ford and Carter were both vanilla placeholder presidents, because the tyranny that was Richard Nixon coming out of Vietnam, and then what he did, it's like we're right back in it. And that was the other thing, dude. And I didn't intend to bring any of this specific shit. We haven't even got to the fun stuff yet. We're just talking about what's going on in our lives right now. But like, why is it seems like about somewhere between 40 and 70 years we go through a cycle where we end up in the exact same thing. So like the McCarthy era, now you have cancel culture, right? Like you have all of these different things happening in different metaphorical ways, but it's the same.
You've got the generation after the greatest generation. Yeah, please. After the quote unquote greatest generation. Yeah, anything. But yeah, you've got the generation after that greatest generation from World War II, and I use greatest generation in loose terms because I'm just not sure. The jury's still.
They had balls.
Still out. Yeah, they had balls.
I mean, they literally beat the most organized evil that the world has ever seen in Hitler. I'll give them that. But economically, they fucked it up. And the Gen Xers coming right behind them,
right?
They fucked it up even worse. They didn't look at any of the problems, right?
Well, and I think that so I try to see. I like acknowledging problems. I like knowing what's wrong so that we can fix it and find a way to solve it. But I think we have a big problem right now of admitting or agreeing. Like I said, no agreed upon vision. That's the best way I can say that. Is no real agreed upon vision.
Did we ever?
I don't think so. Like I said, I don't think we ever really did. I think here is the biggest opportunity to create collaboration, and you have this now I think that we jumped the shark and changed. So I think when it was elemental, when it was key for us to change, we didn't, and then it jumped the shark. Technology jumped the shark and became what it is now. Like you look at 2000, like mid 2000s, social media was a thing, but it wasn't a thing. It wasn't so societal, all that stuff. The way technology worked wasn't this way.
That seemed like that happened literally almost the same time Obama was elected.
Yeah,
about 2008-ish.
2008, 9. Well, the funny story is that the person who basically worked on and organized Obama's social media campaigns.
Yeah.
She was like an early 20s, like college student when she did that. She went to work for Cambridge Analytica and did the same thing for Trump's.
No shit.
Absolutely. Look into that shit.
No fucking shit.
Absolutely. And she
What's her name?
I can't remember. You'd have to look it up. But she actually left Cambridge Analytica and she went to, if you watch the Great Hack on Netflix,
because I've said that too. So that's another thing is what people are like, how did we even get Trump? Well, I'll tell you how we got Trump. Here's another one. So this is like my third or fourth reason how we got here with Trump.
Yeah.
It's because twice in a row, the American people voted in a president that didn't have experience as president or governor or long-term legislative leader power.
I would say Obama did.
No, he didn't. He was a junior senator. And the whole point, this isn't my opinion. Like, go back and watch his mantra on his campaign.
Sure.
Think about it. The whole thing was hope you can believe in, right?
Right.
Because he took his weakness,
yep,
which was he didn't have experience. He'd only been a senator for like less than 8 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something crazy like that.
Right.
And he was saying, that's the point. He's going, I don't do it their way. I haven't been indoctrinated for 30 years.
Right.
And that's why people were like, well, it's kind of ironic he picked Joe Biden then, because that goes, and people go, no, that's a brilliant political strategy because that balances them out.
Same thing Bush did.
He's the newbie. Bush. He's the newbie coming in as the outsider with the young vision, but then he balances it out with a guy like Biden who's been there for 30 years. He has the experience.
Right.
So he can be the voice of reason in his ear. And people voted for Obama because they were sick of the Clintons and the Bushes running this fucking country.
Right.
And then he picked Clinton as his fucking Secretary of State, right? So that
got to be in there somehow.
Here's the point though, is like once he got elected, and we already knew she was going to be Secretary of State, but we also knew we were voting for him, right? It was him or McCain. We didn't want to go to another war.
Right.
People forget the context. We were dealing with the Iraq War post 9/11. We were war fatigued. We were done. John McCain wanted to stay there and go even harder in the paint. So people were like, dude, we can't be dealing with these old ass fucking politicians, these war hawks, man. You got Clinton, you got fucking Bush, going back to Reagan even, and then the next Bush. I'm jumping out of order there, but basically we had from 1980 to 2008, we were in a constant perpetual war in the Middle East, and people were over it. We were done. So we went against the grain, went full JFK, voted in a junior senator with very little experience on purpose.
Right.
And then he turned around and named Hillary Clinton fucking Secretary of State. They did the same fucking shit, actually more.
Right.
Except they didn't do a full-on formalized war, but they basically did the same shit.
Oh, they like to call them conflicts.
Yeah, exactly. And proxy wars. They basically did the exact same fucking thing with Obama. They expanded it, they made it stronger, they made it worse, and then so people were like, well, fuck them. And then Trump showed up and they were like, yeah, this is our guy. Like, not only does he not have a lot of experience, he doesn't have any experience, right? Like, and he was preaching on getting out of the wars. He was preaching on not allowing China to continue to exploit our market. He ran on the same fucking immigration policy that Obama, Bush, and Clinton all ran on. Right? Word for word. If you listen to the speech he made on immigration that everybody hates, and vilifies him for still to this day, is the exact same thing Obama and Bush and Clinton said since 1992. Word for word. We are a country of laws. Like, we can't allow people to come into this country because the Mexican government is pushing the people that they can't deal with north and pushing them into America, which is literally true.
Right.
And it was like, it made sense. I didn't vote for him because I saw through the bullshit because I hated him since The Apprentice days.
Right.
But it made sense to a lot of people who were those middle ground voters that literally voted for Obama, and then Obama alienated half of America by making it harder on us to live.
Right.
Like, most people made less money under Obama. That's what they're not admitting.
Yeah.
Again,
I don't like during, so I haven't gone into like detail in knowing much about Obama's presidency or how that all went down. I kind of lived through it and just sort of existed during that time in my life. Sure. The Trump thing has been much more, I've felt far more present, and maybe it's because I've been like an adult. Like, the Trump thing has happened in my early to mid 30s.
Did you make good money in the first 4 years of Trump before Corona? Were you doing well financially?
Yeah.
Because I was.
Yeah, like, I had that good job in downtown. But I mean, all of those things, I don't even look
those
at it.
Those don't matter to you though. Like,
yeah, like
I mean, you need to make money. You have a kid. But
yeah, like I don't really think in those kinds of terms, I guess, anymore.
You're not measuring that on your. Yeah,
no.
I see what you're saying. Because like, for me, a long time, because I try to separate that. Like, so I was killing it under the Bush administration financially, like, especially like for my
I did
age.
too.
I was making like $80,000 a year as a 23, 24-year-old kid.
I didn't make anything like that.
Well, I was a bill collector, right?
Yeah.
And I was
so you're making commission.
Crushing it, dude. Like, I was making $17-$18 an hour plus, not a draw. Plus, I was banking in like $3,400 commission checks a month.
Yeah.
And I was a musician, right? Jesus Christ.
Is that your phone hooked up via Bluetooth? That was amazing.
No one has any idea what happened.
We're doing it live.
We're the only ones that heard that.
That's great.
Sorry, guys. Apparently, I have somehow allowed my phone, which is on silent. I need to address this. So that shit took me for a loop so bad.
That was so good. Right in the middle
somebody
of this,
called and it came through the computer and lit up our headphones loud as fuck.
And doo-doo-doo.
And I also changed my so it's elevator music.
All of a sudden felt like I was in an elevator in Manhattan.
Dude, that shit's hilarious. Well, here's the thing is we'll beat that horse to death. I don't want to spend all night talking on politics. That was an ironically amazing segue.
Yeah.
And we can just shift gears right now.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because that was hilarious. And the viewers are going to be like, yeah, but we didn't hear it. We didn't shift gears with you, bro. It's like, too bad you're coming with us on the ride.
I think that's the universe signaling us that we need to stop talking about that fucking shit and talk about ourselves a little bit.
Well, because we'll never get to the end of that. No. It's an endless thing. And, it's like, fuck, dude. It's really... Yeah. A lot of people do like listening to this shit because it makes them feel like they're not alone and their crazy middle ground thoughts. Like, there is other people out there that think like them.
I think you need to sort yourself a little bit, and part of the way we do that is having discourse, intelligent discourse, or at least the effort of intelligent discourse. People are different levels of intelligence and different levels of understanding and learning and all those things. And I think in order to, the thing that's missing out of all of it is that we've never been so connected, and we've never been so stupid about how we use that connection.
100%.
We have such opportunity to stop being so fucking closed down and living in a bubble. You can expose yourself to other human beings at a rate that you've never been able to, and it's part of the problem. That not knowing what to do with that level of connectivity because you see and take in so much. You're constantly stimulated.
And one thing I've noticed is it's really great to meet new people and connect with them online and expand your circle.
Right.
But I think we need to start teaching our kids, because that's the only way we do anything about this, right?
Right, yeah.
Is we teach the kids. Like, we're not going to go around and change the fucking mantra of every adult living in a digital age, but we could teach our kids. Like, here's the thing: is it's a great way to meet people online.
Yeah.
And expand your circle, especially if you're a professional. Like, if my kid, you got a kid who's 14. It's a daughter, right?
Yep.
If she decides she wants to be a singer and a musician, she has to integrate into that lifestyle.
Yeah.
However, as you're doing that, if you're building relationships and connecting with people, like, we need to understand that needs to be taken to the next level, and a phone call needs to be made.
Right.
And then a FaceTime needs to be made. Now that technology is there for that. And then we need to start meeting in person, because Dalton and I were joking about this, that if somebody read our Facebook discussions, they would think we hated each other. And we probably should hate each other, but we know each other in real life.
Yeah.
So when I read Dalton's texts online, I never read them in a shitty tone.
Right.
Because I know who's talking and I know where he's coming
right.
from. But that's only because of the humanity built behind our relationship.
Right, but Facebook has a fucking video chat option that is just goddamn delightful. You can just use that shit so easy, and you can connect eye to eye with some.
You and I FaceTimed.
We did. We FaceTimed.
You know how fucking people are. You know how weirded out people are when I do that. And it's like, here's the thing: it's much better.
Dude,
than
it's
even
way better.
A regular phone call. Regular phone call, I either have you on speakerphone and I'm like leaning over,
Me too,
like
yeah.
yelling into the phone, yeah, bro, and then I'm over here with my wife. I'm doing this. But when I'm on FaceTime, I set that shit up, and I sit there and I just chill, and we can talk.
That's right.
And it's like, I can't tell you how many times it's not even set up correctly, but just being able to see the side of someone's face.
It adds context
so
and body
much.
language into
So
everything.
much.
I talk to my clients online all the time. I talk to people.
That's,
and now we have to.
Let's talk about some good things that have come out of all this crazy shit. Right. Okay, so coronavirus sucks. It's ruining everyone's life. But what it's forced us to do is get used to things like FaceTime, which might be the literal savior to the problem everyone has on social media, which is you can't get emotion through texting.
Yeah. You can't. Yeah, you're reading things in your own voice, motherfucker.
Exactly.
Like, whether you like it or not, whether you hear it inside someone else's voice, it's still coming out of you. You are perceiving that.
I've said this for years. Thank you, bro.
It's your responsibility. Yes. Your emotions are your responsibility.
If you're reading an email or a text in a shitty tone, that's coming from you.
Yeah, you didn't wipe your ass properly earlier or something.
Yep. You're a little grumpy.
On.
I noticed myself doing it today online.
Sure.
Like, I woke up in a slightly grumpy mood. I've been slightly irritated all fucking day. There's a bunch of bad shit going on.
Sure.
So anxiety's high, stress is high. I'm trying to be civil and have conversations with people, but I also realize, like, as civil as my words are, like, other people may not be as civil as I'm thinking right now. So when they're reading my text, they're fired up. I might have burnt a bridge today and lost a friendship.
You probably did, knowing you.
I mean, here's the thing: is like, for the first time, I can confidently say I did nothing wrong.
Right.
I was having my own Facebook discussion. Somebody jumped in.
Yeah.
The conversation didn't go his way. I called him, like, what the fuck is going on? That conversation didn't go well.
Right.
And now he's like, sorry, bro, I'll see you around. Here's the thing: is like, he's definitely not in the right. And I know I didn't do anything wrong.
Sure.
But I still feel a certain level of guilt. And the good person part of me wants to still reach out and, like, apologize and try to mend that.
Yeah.
And now I'm in this thing where I'm like, no, dude, you never did anything wrong. You never insulted him. You never lashed out. You never name called him. Like, you didn't do any of those things. He decided he didn't want to be your friend anymore.
Dude, just ask him flat out. Like, ask him. Like, so here's one thing that
he'll probably end up watching this.
I've learned that, especially
and
over,
I love
the,
you,
over
dude.
the course of
if you're hearing this, you know who I am. I'm not calling you out by name. I love you. And
yeah,
you know
and that's so ask him legitimately from a place of love and respect that you've got for him. Ask him straight up, like, what do you think would mend this situation? Like, what is your expectation of me to get this? Because clearly we don't agree on these things, but we have this love and this mutual respect, right? So how do we get back there? And just ask him, how do we get back to that spot? Like, what happened, and we clearly have different views on this, but that doesn't mean we have to end our friendship or, like, have bad blood. Like, we should figure this out, because our relationship across time is far more important and has greater implications to both of us, and it's more meaningful. So if you focus on what's meaningful and you break it down to brass tacks, you're gonna figure that shit out with him. Just ask him straight up.
Dude, that is like beautiful and brilliant advice. That specifically pertained to me, but I feel like that also probably just hit all the listeners and viewers in the gut. Because they're like, because here's the thing: is like we're all doing this to each other right now. In one way or another, you blocked somebody today. Not you,
no,
but like,
I know, but yeah,
the proverbial you. Somebody who's listening to this right now blocked someone today.
And if it's a troll and it's and it's fucking whatever.
But no, I'm not
somebody
saying
you don't give
I'm saying a friend.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So
somebody lost a friend today, and I guarantee you, this is the way the universe works. We're recording this now.
Right.
It's going to air literally tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. because I need time to upload. And since we do long form, it takes hours to process. Otherwise, it'd go up immediately. And I don't want to be up till 2, 3 in the fucking morning waiting for processing to do tags and all that other shit.
Well, the way we talk, you might be anyway. So,
but we're recording this now. It's going to go up tomorrow morning.
Yep.
Somebody might see this 3 months from now. So when I say today, this is the way the universe works out.
Forever.
Somebody's going to watch this, and today is going to be that day for that person.
That's right.
And today, this is what I'm saying. You blocked someone today.
Yeah.
And you feel like shit about it.
Maybe.
That's what you should do.
Maybe you're being...
That's what I need to do. Is I need to reach back out to this person and go, hey, man... out of love, out of respect, whether I verb it that way or not, like make my intent clear.
Right.
Like that was not cool what happened today. How do we get back to square one?
You had a disagreement with a friend.
No one does that anymore though.
I know. It's
like
fucking pathetic.
Even me earlier today, because I knew I didn't do anything explicitly wrong.
Right.
And I knew he was definitely not in the right.
Yep.
Because we used to be bill collectors. I used to work for him. He was my old boss. And he tried to out bill collector me, and he tried to out intellectual me.
Right.
And I didn't take offense to that, but when I called him out on it, that's why I'm saying he like, all right, dude, that's enough. Fine. And then he hung up, and then he sent me some fucked up text. And basically I'm venting to my wife about it. And I'm like, yeah, fuck that guy.
Right, because you're mad, you're hurt, you're emotionally like...
That's what I'm getting at. Is like, I still need to be like, all right, dude, you know what? Our friendship's worth more than this.
Yeah.
How do we get back to square one? No one's doing that.
Right.
Including myself today.
Right. I'll tell you what. It's something I'm working on too. Like I have a lot of it's me saying that, right? Like I say that, but there's a lot of things, especially in the last year.
We're always better at giving than implementing our own advice.
Well, but in my opinion, in this particular situation, it takes time to get there. Like you might not be able to admit you were wrong yet. You know, like maybe you haven't learned the real lesson yet. And like in my own personal experience, like with what I've been dealing with the last year, 2 years or whatever.
I'm never wrong, but you might be right. I'm probably wrong in this scenario, although it's never happened before in the history of ever.
Yeah, I've never known you to be wrong.
But I'm probably wrong right now. I'll admit
that's okay. I'm for sure wrong a lot. So we'll go off of my I know.
Obviously, I'm kidding. Somebody out there also, like we were just like, this is the way the universe. Somebody just thought I was being serious.
Right.
I'm not.
and when I said that, the reason why I had to clarify that it's something I'm working on too is that when I said that, I know I can think of like 7 to 10, maybe more people that were like, that motherfucker owes me an apology, you know, right away. And so, yeah, you know, you gotta mend
which
fences.
We probably do.
But here's the thing, if
I owe you an apology, I probably owe you an apology. Hit me up. I'll apologize. Yeah. There's a lot of things I said, believed, and did a long time ago that I maybe don't even remember, and if I do remember them, I probably regret them.
Dude.
If you think we fucked you, either one of us, I am speaking for both of us right now, but it's because I know that you agree with me.
Right.
If either one of us said anything to hurt you, to offend you in the past, like, you're probably right. Hit us up and we'll probably admit it, because we've both grown dramatically. That's been one of the major themes of our conversations
a lot
over the last, I don't even know how long, is this transformation we've gone on, you know, and like,
it's been tough, man.
Like this will be a good segue to get out of that other conversation. Is like, that's one of the reasons I wanted to have you on second, you know, after Zach, is because I've seen a similarity between the three of us where we were all forced into a situation where we were required to become innovative. Right. So like we all lost our jobs in one way or another.
Right.
Because of COVID. I watched you, which you were already building but I watched you double down.
I did. I said fuck it hard.
Fitness coach. Yeah,
I said
dude.
fucking hard.
Zach fucking went hard in the paint.
Hell yeah, he did.
With the woodworking thing, which that's what these coasters are from. Cool Story Creative. If you guys are interested, hit them up on Facebook.
Do it.
And I did the podcast, right? Because we lost the ability to do music. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
We didn't give up. Our bands didn't break up.
Mine
we
did.
weren't well, but you're still doing
I'm still
music.
in a different band.
And you're one of the most well-respected metal vocalists in town. We didn't even touch on any of this. So for people that don't know, Eric is one of the most well-respected metal vocalists in town. He's one of the only metal vocalists in town that I will say has as brutal, if not more of a brutal of a voice than I did when my voice was in shape. That little DE reunion I did last year is not a good example of my voice being in shape. I had 2 weeks to prepare for that, and I hadn't sang or screamed in 10 years. I barely made it through the set. My voice blew quite literally 2 songs in.
Oh, that's fun.
And the whole thing was me just channeling that deep inner experience and going, I know how to make it through a set on a blown voice.
Yeah.
How do I compress my voice? Like, am I going to be able to hit this note? Like, there was a lot of thinking going on.
Better cup that mic, son.
And I guarantee you, anybody there was like, man, Jared's gotten old because he ain't moving nearly as much as he used to. Well, guess what? That ain't because I was tired and out of shape, bros. That's because I blew my voice and knew I needed every ounce I could get out of my diaphragm.
Oh, it's the worst.
It's the worst. It's the fucking most brutal shit. And that's literally why I'll probably... I don't want to say I'll never sing again, because when I did that, it did remind me what was so enjoyable about being in that position.
Right.
But I also quickly, when me and Dee had those meetings, what we should say, Eric got the job. Eric is the singer for my old band.
Yeah.
There's been a couple singers since then, but when I filled in, we talked about me being in the band. I did not get my own job back.
No.
Instead, Eric got my job because of a lot of reasons. But I think one of them also was like, I had a lot of other shit going on with the comedy and the podcast and my own bands.
Right.
And then also I flat out told him, like, I think I either want to only sing or only scream.
Right. I think, and then there was something about like you really didn't have time to keep showing up to practices on like the regular basis or something.
No,
like that.
I did.
Oh, you did? Okay,
I totally did. No.
Yeah. I mean, wait, no, that was me. Actually, never mind. That was me. I didn't have the time to show up to regular practices. I still have the job.
No, honestly, it was kind of it was a very similar thing to why I didn't get the bass gig when I first joined DE. So I auditioned as a bass player for Dying Euphoria, and I was like, I'm not in love with playing bass.
Right.
But I want to be in this band and make music with you guys.
Sure.
So, like, if you want me to be the bass player, because I'd kind of already gotten the job, sort of.
Right.
Let me know, and I'll go buy, like, a whole legit-ass rig.
Right.
And for some reason, that lost me the job. And they were like,
weird.
We want somebody who really wants to be a bass player. And so they picked Tim.
Right.
And then they asked me to fill in on vocals, and it just kind of stuck.
Sure.
And then I ended up in the band years for however long. But it was almost the same thing when I re-auditioned. I was like, I'm not like, I don't have to be a singer in a band. There's very few bands that I'm even willing to do this for.
Yeah.
This is a band I would like to sing for again, but it's not like being a vocalist in a band is my dream job. I love playing guitar and playing drums. In fact, I like doing those more.
Sure.
But this is a band I would sing for or scream for, whatever. And it was kind of the same thing. They were like, we want somebody who's like super passionate and blah, blah. And I was like, but you're not passionate. I was like, you guys aren't touring anymore. You're not like, it's a fun band. So like, but they were like, yeah, but we want somebody, and I get it. I understand. Like, you are a vocalist. Like, you're not
that's
just
all
posing as a vocalist, right?
That's all I got.
So I get it.
And I barely got that.
There's no hard feelings from any of that. Like,
of course not.
I totally understand.
Yeah. No, we're all grown up now. Like, there's no need for any of that fucking bullshit anymore. You know, and I will say thank you very much.
Probably a much better vocalist than I am.
I don't know about that. I don't know any of those things. I don't like talking about things in that. I like it that some people.
Are you singing?
No,
because I know, like I just said, I wasn't blowing smoke.
You'll see on Saturday, because we're doing a live stream of Tim's coming back from California, and we're doing a live stream of a practice. The first practice in a year, over a year actually.
Have you guys done any pre-production on that?
No. I mean, we haven't done any like in-person rehearsals or anything at all. No, we're fucking.
Who's running the video side and sound side?
Dude, I think it's just gonna be a shitty. I think it's just gonna be a shitty phone recording, honestly.
My God.
And I could
do that.
No, yeah, we can. We can. We totally can. And it doesn't matter because it's just for fun. Like it's just fun.
Don't do it.
It's dumb. It's fun. Metal's dumb. Just fucking go with it. It's fun. You can't take yourself too seriously, folks.
Then at least put a mic in the room.
Oh yeah, something like that'll happen.
Put some sort of blanket or something over the mic.
I have a decent like room type of mic we can put in there. It'll gather sound better. That hooks up to a phone.
Sure.
And, like, I mean, we're gonna have a little bit of production value behind it, but it's gonna be pretty.
If you guys can figure out an interface, I could always borrow you the Zoom R8 too.
Oh,
That's got pretty decent preamps in it. It's only 2 channels.
Well, we're doing it right from
Phantom Power. So
we're doing it from Taylor, so all the sound gear is there. So
so you're gonna be micing shit up then?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's fine then.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna have Ian Combs come down and like do actual sound for it or something like that. So there might be some production value behind it. I've just been trying to relearn the songs.
Dude, it sounded like you guys were getting in a basement and just like throwing a cell phone camera
no.
That's what when you described
we're at least above that.
Like, oh my God. I was like, don't do that, dude. No, you can't.
Yeah. No, we have a little bit of pride left. Not much, but some. No, so I don't even know, like, it's really funny that I'm even singing for DE because I fucking hated that band when I was coming up in the scene.
Especially when I was in it.
I did not like you at all.
I know. And I know this. And it was same thing
I
with
probably talked a whole bunch of shit, like just being ignorant.
Not to me. Not to me.
Of course not. Why would I do that?
But I also had just such a weird personality, like and I'm sure you can appreciate this, but it also wasn't just you. It was Dan Copy. It was like the real metal dudes. Not like, I'm not saying like the heavy death metal guys.
Oh yeah, like, I know what you're talking about.
I'm saying no, it was like the real fucking bad boys of the metal scene. Cause I wasn't that metal. I was never that metal. Yes, I was raised on metal. Right. I was never into death metal. I was never into that brutality. And I like embraced my femininity and all that goofy queer shit on stage. Like I as straight as I am, like I didn't care if I appeared straight. So I was the metal version of David Lee Roth, which is why people called me Jared Lee Roth. And here's the point is that was an alter ego.
For sure.
It literally is, which is one of the major reasons I stopped singing because I couldn't shut him off. Once I went on stage and I came off stage with that adrenaline, Jared Lee Roth was there to stay for the rest of the night.
Yeah.
And like everybody who knew me, they would be like, no, dude, there's 2 different Jareds. There's like, when I come kick it with you at your house, you're like my favorite person. But dude, if I'm not on your good side at a show, like you said some fucking douchey shit to me. And what would happen is like, we'd all be partying some crazy shit. And then I'd try to be funny and say some outlandish fucking wild shit. And then for some reason, my deal was punchline and leave. Like that was the thing. So I'd say something super fucked up, and 50% of the time the joke would land, and everyone would die laughing, and I'd walk out of the room. Like it was one of those weird things where it was like, I'm so cool, I don't need to hang around for the laughter at my own joke.
Sure.
This is Jared Lee Roth. Like this is a different personality of mine that only came out when there was adrenaline, fucking attention.
Oh,
booze.
You got that dopamine hit, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
You got that good shit.
But when the jokes didn't land, it sounded like I just said something really fucked up and then walked out of the room like I'm king shit.
But that's what you did.
And that's exactly what I did. When it landed, it was great, and everybody was like, that dude's fucking amazing. I want to party with him next weekend. And then the next weekend, the joke would be on them, and they'd be like, that guy's a fucking dick.
Right.
I get it. Yeah. But that also wasn't like this Jared. You know what I mean? That's Jared Lee Roth.
And whether... You know, the content of
Do you have an alter ego?
I don't have one that I named.
Most of us do. Jeremy's got one. Jeremy calls him Night Jeremy.
I know. I'm aware.
Ryan's is called Rain Mustaine.
Yeah.
A lot of us have them.
Yeah.
A lot of us have them.
And I think that's fine. Like,
do you have one?
No, I don't.
You sure?
I'm positive.
I'm positive. I know you don't.
Not that I'm aware of. If there is one, someone needs to let me know because I'll start owning that shit. But I would say that
if there is, we got to name him.
Yeah, I don't think there's I think that I'm pretty much the same person all the time. I think
Jeremy has the worst nickname. Night Jeremy is not the best. That's not the greatest nickname. Like Rain Mustaine is great, and so is Jared Lee Roth, because we're named after other rock stars who were obnoxious when they got drunk.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so great.
It's perfect. I love it.
It's the best.
I don't even mind Night Jeremy thing. Like now, I used to be annoyed about it, and I was super judgy about it, and I didn't really like. So I have a long history with Tim in that band. Like he and I go way back. Like 20 some years back
to like being in a band together, or
no,
just
like
knowing each other. No shit.
Yeah, he and I worked at Checker Auto Parts together when I was like 18 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I was a manager in training at that time, and so we got together, and I ended up at his store, and we were hanging out and shit, and talking about music and everything, and it was cool to work with them. And then from there, like then I saw him in DE after that. I was like, oh, whoa.
He was in another band before that.
Yeah.
That
I don't
Carousel.
Okay.
They were. That's not the name of the band. They were not the greatest band.
No, it was a different metal band. I remember him showing it to me.
They eventually actually started getting decent. But that band was notorious for like it was. I feel bad saying this, but I'm not going to name the band. That way I don't have to feel bad. Here's a blunt facts. It was a shitty band.
Sure.
It was
happens. I've been in shitty bands.
It was a notoriously shitty band.
Right.
However, the reason I feel bad for them is because they were also notorious for as soon as they finally got a good member, a bigger band would steal that member.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah.
So there was, and I think it was because of one or two of the dudes in the band were super weird and awkward, so they could never get two or three guys and get their own thing going. And
they couldn't
get
that connection.
Yeah, like they'd rarely get a new member that wasn't weird and awkward and shitty, and he was like fucking amazing. Like he was an actually great guitar player or a great bass player or a great drummer.
Right.
That guy'd be in that band for like literally, I remember the name of the band now, and I'm still not going to say it. 6 months, a year tops.
Yeah.
And then a legit band would come and be like, hey man, you and of course they left because that band was never doing anything.
Right.
Ironically, eventually they did get their shit together.
Cool.
But they still never did anything with it, which kind of just like goes back to the first thing why people left in the first place. That's where Tim came from.
Yeah.
So he was in that band and we stole him. Technically, we didn't steal him. He auditioned for bass with me.
Right. We
both auditioned for the same job, and technically I had it. He'll still tell you the story to this day.
Oh, I don't doubt
technically I had it, but I fucked up on like my post acceptance interview, and they gave me the singer job instead, which a lot of people would look at as a promotion. But I was already hinting.
It's debatable.
I was already hinting back to the world back then that I didn't really want to be a vocalist anymore. I never really wanted to. I wanted to play guitar. I ended up singing like James Hetfield did because we couldn't find anybody better.
Sure.
And then when they were like, no, dude, you like need to be the singer because we can get another guitar player, that's when I stopped playing guitar. And all of a sudden, 10 years later, I built this identity as a lead singer. And I'm like, I'm not a fucking lead singer.
Right.
My name's Singer, but that's
as close as you get.
That's just ironic. That's just a weird coincidence.
Like,
and I was not good at it. I was a great front man. I was a great screamer.
You were a really good performer, dude. Like,
but I was not a good singer.
You were fucking fearless.
I was very
you were
obnoxious.
fearless to the point of stupidity is how I've described it in the past when we've been talking about your days in that band.
I'll take it.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't. I don't say stupidity as like a. It goes back to that
recklessness.
And that's what makes a great show, right?
Especially from a frontman's perspective.
You've got to have some of that nail-biting drama, you know? I mean, that's why Facebook and all these social media sites are so great, is because it provides everybody this constant, I get to sit on the edge of my seat and just do the thing, you know, and you can just look at it and fucking just dive right in, and every time someone hits that like button, it's just like someone stroking your dick. It's just all it is.
Yeah, dude, and it's like, I appreciate that, because I was fearless.
You were.
It was definitely based in arrogance. But
of course.
You need that as a singer, I believe. As a front man. Maybe not as a singer,
if
but
you're
as
gonna
be
you gotta have some sort of like thing that draws people in and connects to people, but you gotta have that in like waves of recklessness as well, and like be able to you connect with people through this, you know, like you've got to hit them in the fucking feels, or it's never gonna stick. And I'm not saying that I'm good at it, and I'm not even saying that you're necessarily good at it, but we're better than a lot of people at it, at being frontmen and like, you know, I mean, and connecting with people. I mean, you're in the business of conversation right here, so clearly you have the ability to connect with individuals and
sure.
people,
Yep.
So you have to be adept at communication. I mean, we've all seen those. Or you have to be so unconcerned with communication that you come off as cool as fuck. Like that's right. So you have to be so like, whatever, I'm just fucking here. This is just another thing I have to do in my day.
That's Jared Lee Roth.
That comes off as fucking cool because you don't have to be here. I choose to be here. Yeah. Like that kind of thing.
That was Jared Lee Roth.
Sure.
And like what I teach everyone that I fucking mentor or talk to, whether it's, young musicians or peers even that are
right.
like, fuck man, I'm really struggling what I do. I'm like, here's what you need to do is you need to brainwash yourself that while you're on that stage for 45 minutes, you own that little tiny piece of real estate and you literally are the king of the world.
Yeah. That's the only way you're going to get through that set.
You have to understand that. And it doesn't mean you have to be obnoxious Jared sprinting across the stage the entire 45 minutes while you're screaming and singing. Right. It just means you need to portray so much confidence.
Yeah.
However you manifest that, like you said, like, I don't give a fuck about any of this. I'm just here because I decided to be.
Yeah.
That's confidence, right? Like, I'm the shit. You all should be lucky to watch me. Maybe not the best move, but still confidence. And if done properly, works. Right? That's what it's all about is like literally, especially as a frontman, false confidence. Like you really have to like build up an actual arrogance as a frontman. The trick is when you get off stage, shutting that switch off and going back to being a normal human. You're good at that. I wasn't.
No, I'm not. No, I mean,
you seem like it.
Don't let me fucking fool you on that. That caused that exact thing is what caused my last year to be 100% shit.
No shit.
100%. I take full responsibility for it. Coming out of the Aetheric
what you're talking
thing,
about? Is that band?
I couldn't shut it off when I got off stage. I couldn't. I got a little taste of people actually of what I've always wanted, and that was a larger group of moving up to a larger, and I fully fucking admit it. Like I let that shit get in my head, and I was so fucking proud. And it's hard, if any of the Aetheric guys are listening right now, like it was my fault. Like I don't need to go into details,
right?
But
they know.
But 100%,
they know.
It was They know, but like
I'm saying they know what you mean,
right? Yeah, they know what I mean. But like I mean it. Like I feel, looking back on how everything went down, like I feel like destroyed that I treated my friends the way I did.
Yep.
And that I gave up my friendships and a lot of my life, like that I had in place. Like I am responsible. And I don't know how to fix it with those guys because that music meant more to me than anything I've done in my career. And when you break it down and if you don't take responsibility for yourself, and I struggle with it. I still struggle. I'm not saying I fucking got it figured out, but I'm trying. Like I legitimately am trying my ass off, and like, I don't give a fuck. I just want to help people. And when I step on that stage, the only thing I want to do, when I was in Climactic with Kyle Skogquist and Lonick and Tim Morton, again, we have such a story.
I didn't know you were in that band. Were you always in that band?
Yeah.
You were always the singer of Climactic.
Well, as far as they were playing shows, absolutely.
I swear to God, I seen you guys play, and I didn't know you were the singer of that band. It must have been before I met you. I must have met you. Was this pre-Body Beneath when you were with Pat?
No, this is after Body Beneath.
How the fuck did I not put those two? I must have been really drunk.
Pat was in that band originally too, the live version of that band. We played a lot of shows with Pat.
Because wasn't Climactic the band that ended up with the drummer? He was in Wisconsin, and you guys would fucking rehearse to his pre-recorded drums, and then you'd rehearse without drums and send them back to him, and he'd rehearse to the band.
No, that was more Aetheric stuff. We got a guy from Colorado.
No, I'm not thinking about that. You know who I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of Kyle's other band.
Oh, Revelance back in
after that. So when
For Blood.
That's
who you're thinking of. For Blood.
I'm thinking of
For Blood. For Blood was awesome, and we had the Body Beneath and For Blood. We shared members back then. I don't think I seen Climactic. We were so.
I think I seen For Blood.
Yeah. So For Blood ended, Climactic started.
Because that had Duder
as
the singer,
Sean,
the tall dude, Sean.
My guy Sean Scott. I love that guy.
He's a bad motherfucker.
He's one of my favorite
He's a cool
humans.
dude. He also doesn't like me.
I feel bad. I feel bad that he doesn't like you because you're a really likable guy.
But it was the same reason you and Copy didn't like me back then.
Right. And
that whole group didn't like me, and I don't know why.
Because we were assholes. I don't give a. We were elitist pricks.
No, but I was definitely also developing a reputation as a douchey thing. I'm saying like I don't remember the incident. There was something that pushed it all. There was something I was saying or doing to certain people. And it was probably one of your close friends. I probably was talking shit while I was drunk about somebody's band.
I just didn't like. For me, it was honestly it was how the entire band came off on stage when it was. I have never been big on the getting fucking shithouse drunk or whatever. I think it's bush league. Like when you're on stage, like I've never been into it.
Did. It was all fake. Well, it was all a show.
Well, Jeremy, like those guys used to get drunk before they went on stage, didn't they?
Nope, never.
Really?
Never.
Dude, this is blowing my fucking mind right now.
Every once in a while.
I feel so wrong right now.
Every once in a while.
And I am.
I believe, and you'd have to ask Jeremy the specifics, but I believe every once in a while they'd have like a shot and then bring a beer on stage. But that's... when you're grown men, like you're probably not drunk at all, let alone shit-faced. That was all 100% our image.
Sure.
And we definitely... immediately got shit-faced after shows, like as fast as we could. We got as hammered as we could, especially the later we played because we had less time to party.
See, I think maybe it's that element of it. It was the after the show aspect of it,
and we manufactured that image before we went on stage. Like we would let people see us fucking holding beers and fucking like. But then we wouldn't really slam them. We'd take like, especially me as a singer, I'd take like a sip, and half the time I'd spit it out because again we were talking like. Any alcohol fucks up my voice.
Yeah.
So like if you ever see a video, there's never me as a singer. There's never a video of me turning around and drinking a beer.
Yeah.
And Jeremy might turn around and drink some beer.
Yeah.
But again, it's like
he's a grown ass man. He can drink a beer if he wants.
It's like a Miller Lite. Him and Rain had one sitting on there. Like I'm telling you, that was all faked.
That's impressive, and I feel really bad for hating you guys so much now.
But it makes sense though, because we also embraced that like douchey rock star party vibe. Like
I think that was
Attila, the fucking Motley Crue, and I understand because that would bother me now.
Yeah,
like if I seen that band, I'd be like, "Fuck these guys."
And so, but that's me coming
unless
from.
They were truly awesome, and we weren't. Right. We were a sloppy band.
That was the element that I was alluding to. Is like I didn't like that. So I saw the booze, I saw the sloppiness, I saw the like kind of. And at that time, especially, like, I didn't know how to have fun playing music, if I'm being honest. Like, I was so fucking just stressed and anxious and just, like, I didn't even know how to be a frontman until actually Sean Scott taught me how to be a frontman. I was just a nervous frontman. I was just a nervous pee-pants fucking wannabe, you know?
I stole a bunch of ideas from Sean. I stole a few from Wellner.
Oh, yeah. Those two in particular, those guys educated my ass
And then the rest I stole from David Lee Roth, Freddie Mercury.
Yeah, Randy Blythe. I took a lot from.
I never saw Randy as a vocalist, so I never like could steal any of his moves or his personality. But I got compared to him a lot, which I found very ironic because I heard records of Lamb of God,
right?
But I had never once seen him on stage, so I found that one very, very ironic.
Yeah,
they were like, "Yeah, if you had longer hair, you'd be Randy Blythe."
Oh, crazy!
Like, really?
That might be a lack of their perception too. Like they might not know what the fuck they're talking about.
Sure,
like they could be full of shit. And like,
let's be honest,
heard a Lamb of God.
No one
song.
knows what they're talking about ever.
That's right. Yeah,
our entire world is one giant fucking Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, I think we're all right now. We're all the entire society right now is just that emoji that's doing this.
Yep.
Just like hands 100%. Up, like I don't fucking know.
Let me ask you another thing because we're jumping around on topics here.
Yeah.
And there's one thing that we talked about a couple weeks ago. I found fascinating because it's again one of those secret layers of me that very few people know.
Right.
So I went to a creative arts high school and I actually wrote an entire first season of a TV show.
Yeah.
I wrote 2 or 3 different movies.
Mm-hmm.
Hate them.
Yeah.
Only let a few people read them over my entire life. Everyone's like, dude, these are actually really good. Like, you should keep working on these because these are great stories.
Right.
You got holes and shit. You got a lot to work on, but like, don't stop this.
Right.
But when we were talking a few weeks ago, all of a sudden you're like, we were talking about our transformation and you getting into the fitness stuff, which we still haven't gotten to. We're finally getting to the music stuff. We'll get to the fitness thing in a second here.
Sure.
Because this is a segue towards that. But there's like this other thing you did. You said you were part of a short film.
Oh yeah,
and you did this in your experiment, in your transformation, trying to find, your square hole, so to speak. Like you did the corporate gig, you did this, you're still a musician.
Well, this actually had this opportunity kind of came about while I was in the midst of all of those things. Like while I was in that corporate job, while I was in, I was still, I wasn't in my transformative era quite yet, but I was, again, it was testing the waters and it was figuring things out. And
sure.
And we talk about recklessness. I was ready to quit my fucking job and be a filmmaker, and like I was gonna go to work. So there was this company that my friend, and he had made some music videos and done some live videos. He had this company called Pandemic Pictures. It was ironic, right? And yeah, now my email, because I joined that company, and so I set up an email, a Gmail through them. That it was ericpandemic@gmail.com, and so like that's my personal email to this very day.
That's hilarious.
And I tell people that, I give people that email because that's the one where I send a lot of shit to.
Sure.
And they're like, huh? That's not even funny. I'm like, motherfucker, like it's just it's I've had it for years.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I've had it since 2013.
Like all those people who named their daughters Isis.
Yeah.
And then ISIS happened. It's like, fuck.
Whoops. Good thing we didn't.
that wasn't on purpose.
Yeah. No, I joined up with them, and I wanted to help. I've got this like entrepreneurial spirit in my bones. Like I don't want to. I want to work for small companies. I want to work for and grow small small
or
efforts.
even yourself or whatever.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
You don't want to basically, this is what we were talking about, like
right.
Both of us have this thing where we don't want to work our fucking asses off and have our lives tied to a 40-hour-a-week deal for somebody else so they can go play golf every Wednesday and live their dream.
Money's nice and everything, but time is valuable beyond money. Time is the number one asset that we have. And so during this time that I had, I didn't, still at that point, I didn't like my corporate job. I wasn't really content with my station in life. I was very insecure about things and about who I was. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And so I joined up with these guys, and we were going to try to push, and like I was trying to get more music video business for them. I was kind of brought on as like a sales guy, kind of like the way that I was working with Charles at Patmos. And we were doing some cool things. Like I had actually reached out to Brandon Chipetti from Bleeding Through, and because we were going to make this, the owner of Pandemic at the time, I'm not going to name names, but he wanted to do this music documentary about the scene and about, so I reached out to Brandon, and we talked about flying out to Orange County and like hanging out with them and like talking about Bleeding Through and his experience in the scene and metal and everything like that. And we were trying to get in touch with, I was reaching out to all these bands and stuff like that. And Anthony Cousins at that time was kind of the, just the cinematographer. So kind of like the camera guy of Pandemic Pictures. He was the one who like did the coloring, and he had the eye for all those things, and like really detailed eye. And he wanted to make this short film called When Susurrus Stirs. He had gotten the rights to this short horror story by an author named Jeremy Robert Johnson, who's fucking fantastic. If you read his stuff, he's got some really cool things going on. But he had this short story, and Anthony got the rights from the author, Jeremy, to make the film as a short film. And he, at the time, I was part of Pandemic, and so he's like, hey, do you want to, executive producer, associate produce on this thing, and like kind of PA for me, be an assistant, whatever. I was kind of a gopher, do whatever he needed to do. But I was like at his side with the whole thing. And so we get started on making this thing, and it just, one thing led to another, and the whole experience was challenging. And it like Pandemic Pictures kind of fell apart in the middle of it. Elijah, the owner, went through some really deeply personal challenges. And
classic.
Dude, there was a huge falling out, and it was really bad. And I feel bad for like what had to happen with Elijah, but
classic.
Right. But like, he did his penance, like he fixed it. He's working on fixing himself just like anybody else is working on fixing themselves, and getting their shit together. And I hope he's doing well. I don't know. But anyways, we made this really cool, gross short film where I won't spoil the ending for you. It's on YouTube. It's out there.
Should we plug it?
Yeah, you can plug it. It's called When Susurrus Stirs.
When what stirs?
When Susurrus Stirs.
The fuck is Susurrus?
Susurrus is a character. It's a parasitic fly that
How
evolves.
do you spell it?
It's SUSSURUS. U.S.
Okay.
I don't know.
When Susurrus
stirs. Yeah.
YouTube it, bitches.
Yeah. No, it's cool.
Check it out.
Anthony's done some really great things since then. So rather than even checking out When Susurrus Stirs, of course, go check that out. But go check Anthony's stuff out. Outpost 31 Productions, him and Ryan Shadley. Those guys are fucking fantastic. They made that movie. I did. If there was a minimum you could do to still get an IMDb credit on a film, you got that. That's what I did. I did all of the grunt shit work that I was just there to help Anthony, and it's just because he had this vision, and I believe in him as a person, and like I just wanted to help be a part of something cool. That's dope. That's it. That's all. I just want to be a part of cool things.
That's cool, man. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and I think like that's something that we need more of in this scene, in order for us to get off of our asses, because this scene just keeps getting knocked down a peg, and every time we start building something happens, whether it was 9/11 or the smoking ban or now COVID, and venues shut down and bars shut down, and we just keep losing traction. I think one of the things we need to do is get more people that have attitudes like that. Sure. Where we can start helping each other do things to get each other's projects off the ground. That's one of the things I'm hoping to do with this podcast is like bring the music community back together at sort of a round-ish table, right? And where everybody can fucking not just share war stories, but talk about all the cool projects that we have going on, which most of us don't have going on right now. There's very few people whose bands are even sticking together through this shit, and if their bands aren't breaking up, everybody put everything on hiatus. So it's like, okay, well, at least maybe immediately we can still stay relevant, and still stay in people's minds. I think, look, I still can't get over the fact that your last name is pronounced Kai. I'm sorry, I just can't do it, dude. Brain buster for you. Yeah, that's fine. I think that the thing about this music community is that there's a lot of really good people involved in the whole thing. I sincerely have a pretty strong love-hate relationship with quote unquote the scene. I love these people as individuals, but sometimes when it's a group and it forms into these factions, it's less than desirable. And I understand it. Again, it goes back to tribalism. You got to find your crowd and where you want to hang out. But, I think that people would be a lot, if they approach things in more of a collaborative nature, they would find themselves with far less drama in their lives, and I try to collaborate as much as possible, and I still have a lot of bullshit in my life. So it's tough. You just got to try to let things go. It's so fucking hard because collaborating, you're relying on people. It's not just like, hey, throw your idea in here. It's like the project can't move forward without you, and then they don't pull their fucking weight. Well, in full admission, like I am 100% guilty of crumbling under the weight of the pressure I put on myself and then letting people down. Like do you have a crown around? Because I'd like to fucking wear it. Right. If it had that on there, like. But only if it's heavy enough. Right, it's got. that's my first pun on this podcast. Hey, there you go. I'm happy to be a part of it, dude. You had Alex Kelly on here, and that's your first fucking pun. Are you my first pun? Okay. He dropped a couple. I was gonna say, he had to have been. And he even said he's like, I feel like you drop them when you're around me, and I was like, no, that's everyone else. I'm the one in the background. Like, how are you guys doing this so fast, dude? I didn't. Those guys. So him and Kyle and those guys that. They are so fucking responsible for me, like for my sense of humor that I like way back in the day. Like I learned how to stop taking myself so seriously from those guys. Like that's one of the best things anyone can ever do is like take what you do seriously, but don't take yourself seriously. Right. Yeah. It has been a gift. A painful one sometimes, but it's been a gift to be able to like, whatever. That was my favorite thing about our scene. Yeah. Is we were fucking funny. Yeah, there's like, a lot of funny fuckers out there. I'm still to this day trying to convince Blake to get into stand-up. Yeah. Ian Frand, Ian Zachary. Juice. 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 Yep. The juice is loose. Love that Shout guy. Out to Juice. Hell yeah. I'm convinced he needs to be a stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
He's one of the fucking funniest dudes, and he writes funny shit.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of the few people that puts original content on Facebook.
Yeah.
And it's text. And it's fucking... I will die laughing.
He has such a...
he's smart.
Dude,
he is a fucking smart son of a bitch.
That's exactly what I was just gonna say. Is that I have left conversations with him like cross-eyed and wondering whether I deserve to be alive or not. Like, he has left me fucking like, just like, what is existence? How do I live? And I just like I can't. I have to like think about our conversations for days after we've had them, you know. And he's just got. He's such a sweetheart.
He's one of my favorite people.
Yeah,
like,
I love that guy.
He's fucking. I love that guy because he's so unique.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's a... From what I can tell, he's an expert mechanic.
Yeah.
Working on cars.
Incredible guitar player.
One of the best guitar players I've ever met in my entire life.
Amazing
Brilliant.
father. Amazing father. Teaching his kid how to be entrepreneurial by learning how to fix... He taught his kid how to work on engines and how to build a life for himself from that, and he'll always be able to use that forever. His kid is making money fucking now, like 12 years old, just killing it, doing like carburetor rebuilds and shit like that.
And brake jobs and shit. Yep.
Yeah.
Fully supervised by him, so it's still legit.
Exactly.
But yeah, and you're paying this kid like dirt prices.
And you're teaching him a skill that's going to last him a fucking lifetime.
Legit. And he also is a fuck. The reason we call him Juice
oh no,
is so we could say the juice is loose.
Yeah, right.
Because when Ian used to get super fucked up,
oh yes,
he had an alter ego named Juice.
Yeah.
And I think the reason he got named Juice is so people could say the juice is loose, but there's probably a different story behind that.
There's probably a different story behind that.
But again, it's like raging party animal.
Yep.
Great dad.
Yep.
Brilliant guitar player. Expert mechanic.
Yep.
Legitimately good human being.
Yeah, yeah.
And smart as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
he's got it all.
He does. He's quite the specimen.
He's literally got it all. You know, he'd be like, yeah, but I'm fat as fuck. Like, okay,
yeah,
but you can work on that one.
Yeah, yeah.
It's hard to work on those other things.
And he has worked on that.
Yeah,
too.
He's dropped the weight.
Well,
he can.
He's been back and forth. He's got his. He's on his journey.
He just admits that he loves pizza too much.
Yeah, so
he loves food. He's a glutton.
Yeah,
you know,
aren't we
most
all?
of us are.
That's why I fucking work out so much, so I can eat that shit.
Dude, I may not look fat, but I get fat. I carry it all below my rib cage,
right,
and above my kneecaps,
right. Just all in the dick.
All of it. Yep, all in the dick. No, I get a beer belly. My thighs get really thick. My ass gets bigger.
Yeah,
but it doesn't go to my chest or my arms, or my face or my neck. So people don't notice it when I gain weight.
Right.
You know, they're like, "Oh, you always seem skinny." It's like, I've been fat. I have stretch marks.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, dude.
Wow, man.
Like,
you were telling me that. Yeah,
I have fucking stretch marks. Like, it's a thing, dude. Just because I look skinny doesn't mean I'm healthy, bro.
Yeah, no. As you're smoking a cigarette and drinking beer.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I'm drinking beer too, so fuck.
Well,
if your diet plan doesn't,
you've had a couple. Well, maybe that's your third.
This is my third, but that's fucking. I've never drank this much, dude.
I love drinking beers and ripping cigs. That's what scares the shit out of me.
I don't like smoking cigs, but actually I don't mind being around it occasionally because it reminds me of like back in the day when you could smoke in bars and there were shows and stuff like that, and like it's just kind of nostalgic. It's that like little, remember that? Remember when?
It's not just that I'm addicted to cigs.
Yeah.
It's the combination of coffee and cigs and beer and cigs. I love it. I feel like Dennis Leary doing fucking Cure for Cancer.
Yeah.
I love them. Like I do. However, when I'm not drinking coffee or beer, it is just an addiction. It's just a necessity. Yeah. Like I notice I'm like getting really stressed out. I smoke a cigarette and I'm like, all right, we're good.
So it's mostly like a ritual for you.
Ritualistic. And then I'm flat out addicted to the chemical of nicotine.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
unlike beer, like I didn't drink for a week straight. Never once had a withdrawal. None of that. Like I drink beer for its social. It's a lubricant. Like, you know, it makes me fun, especially on a podcast scenario. Like I'm not nervous on my own podcast, but I have overthought certain things because.
Well, we're just lucky that like today I'm in like the headspace where I've been at work, so I've been dealing with people. I work in a retail job as my like part-time gig. And so I've been dealing with people all day, so I'm really like engaged.
Hold on though. I want to pause you.
Sure.
How fucking awesome is it that your actual tax-paying fucking that job, right? That job, that's now your side hustle, bro.
I know that. I just realized that I said that, and it was kind of a moment. I was like, oh fuck, man. I kind of did that, didn't I?
That became your side hustle. Your side hustle is now your main hustle.
Yeah.
And your main hustle has now become your side hustle. Yeah. It's just, you just need this on the side. So everyone should have a side hustle. If you got a really good job, you should still have a side hustle. Like figure out a way to make a little bit of extra cash on the side. Cause it helps. Trust me. It'll make you feel better about your life. Even if you're killing it, you're like, dude, my life's awesome. Fine. Then maybe your side hustle is charity, but you'll feel better. Well,
make what you love to do make money for you.
If you can,
if you can, like that's a good adage to live by. Like if you love to do something, you should try to make it make money for you because there's no reason you'll be happier.
And if you enjoy doing that thing more than your actual day job,
get the fuck out of your day job.
Do what you're doing now. What we just realized.
Start small.
Your day job is now a part-time gig on the side because you just need to supplement your income a little bit right now. You've got clients. You're doing your deal.
I'm getting clients. I'm at the point. So here's where it's at. It's at the point where I have clients. I have good clients. I'm really happy with my client base right now, and it's growing.
We should have plugged this a lot earlier. Bad interviewing skills.
That's
on my
okay.
part.
We're just talking here.
I take responsibility for this.
That's okay. We're not here just to plug. Well,
and you're going to be on again, so
I'll be on again.
Really, honestly, this is more people just getting to know you than anything else.
Yeah.
If you come on and shamelessly plug off the top of the gate, and we spend 2 hours on that, people see through that shit.
I'm not even interested in necessarily doing that. I'll just talk about the things that are interesting between.
But you are doing the fitness thing, and you are accepting new clients.
I am, of course.
And that's probably not going to be for long because, again, like you've got your side hustle now doing the fucking day job retail thing at GNC.
Yep.
But that's still in that same wheelhouse.
Exactly.
And I guarantee you, knowing you and the state of the world right now, you ain't going to be working at GNC much longer.
No.
And there's only so many hours in each day where you can actually hands-on train people. And that's where I'm going with this. That's what most people need. Most people need somebody who can actually show up at the gym with them and quietly work out.
Yeah.
They're not going, yep, 10 more reps, bro, 10 more reps. And then they turn around and go help somebody else, like an employee at the gym.
Yeah.
Most people, that's actually not good for them. They need a personal trainer.
Most people, what they need education. They need to understand.
I think they almost need a sponsor like it's AA.
Yeah. I mean, if you have serious weight loss goals, if you have serious
Not
coaching.
even weight loss goals, even just for a skinny fuck like me.
Sure.
Like if I want to get jacked.
Yeah.
Like I need somebody that I can like depend on, almost like an AA sponsor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a best friend.
And
if it's only for 6 months.
That's what I
have plenty of friends, but you get my analogy.
Yeah. You're not wrong. You need somebody who's gonna care when you can't. Yep. When you can't care, like that's when my clients need to lean into me and go, well, I care about your health. I want you to do better. I know you can. Yep. I know you can because I can. And trust me, if I can fucking do this shit, if I can sort my crazy ass brain, my fucking all my goddamn issues.
What he means by that is because he's a musician, specifically a metal musician, and we're all fuking nuts.
Yeah. Daddy issues coming out my ears. I'm fucked up just like anybody else.
I have mom and dad issues.
Right? Like I'm the same way. Like
all musicians are super fucked up.
I love my parents, but I just haven't been able to let go of my childhood until now. So like that's
just this moment. It just happened right now.
I just felt it leave me. It could have been my childhood or it could have been a good fart. Who knows?
But odds are childhood
probably.
Couldn't have been a fart.
Yeah, it couldn't have been. But no,
it wasn't loud enough.
It wasn't loud enough.
I don't smell it.
It wasn't loud enough for a vocalist, that's for sure. You got to hear that shit in the back of the room. No, you're okay. You're okay.
Keep going.
No, but what I think that people need to understand that their health is their responsibility, but it's understandable and to how if your health has fallen off and you've gotten overweight or unhealthy in general, it's more than likely due to the fact that we're all so busy. and we prioritize the wrong things in a lot of ways, you know.
Try to cram too much into our
or
day.
not the wrong things, I don't want to say, because or just the other things, you know, the other things. We put ourselves second.
I think a lot of it. I think a lot of, and I don't want to stop you here. I just want to throw my 2 cents in on this specific ideas. I think a lot of people don't realize how much time they have.
Right.
Most people think they don't have time to do X, Y, and Z, and it's literally just time management issues.
Horse shit. It's a horse. Yeah.
And it's you. Even if you're super busy, like there's a way to carve out a certain amount of time, and most of it comes down to not you being lazy or irresponsible. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm saying time management.
Yeah.
Like understanding how to end one task and move on to the next one. And make it on time for the third one.
Yeah.
That's most of what it is.
That's a lot of it.
That's like a life coach issue, though. That doesn't really come down to fitness. So I think that's why a lot of people don't follow through on diets because of meal prep or working out because of time or scheduling and things like that.
Well,
so
they've also been fooled into believing it's a lot more complicated and difficult than it actually really fucking is. Like
the food side can be expensive.
The food side, no. I can get you ripped on a fucking budget. On a super duper budget.
For real?
Fuck yeah.
I'll accept that challenge.
Yeah.
I want to look like Thor.
Fine.
Everyone else just died laughing.
And I'm looking at you dead serious, like if you got the time,
they're not laughing at you. They're laughing at me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
No, but here's the thing: is like I really do, and I will make time.
Yeah.
As long as it's not something that takes over my life.
Right.
And I do have time right now because I'm starting my own business with the podcast. I'm going back deep into music. I got a project brewing.
Cool.
But I do have at least an hour or two. I shouldn't say two. I have at least an hour.
Right.
Easy. Where if I like really knew what I was doing, I could easily work out.
Right. If you had a plan.
And if the diet side is on a budget, like we'll talk to my wife after the podcast and I'll have you back on, dude. I'll talk about it between podcasts. Like I'll give you a free promo. Like I'll throw it out there and let people know and they'll see it physically. Like if I start filling out these shirts, motherfuckers are going to notice. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like I sit profile. They see how skinny these noodle arms look right now. You know what I mean? Like look at them. Look at them. They fucking look hilarious.
Well,
like, don't get me wrong. I win a lot of fights, but I don't intimidate anybody until after the fight.
Sure. Like, wow, that really came out of nowhere.
That's actually my biggest advantage. My biggest fear is that people will no longer underestimate me once I get jacked. They'll see it coming, and then I won't win any more fights.
If you know how to move from the foot to the knee to the hip to the shoulder, then you're gonna be able to throw a punch. So if you have that instinct in you, you can do that.
Seriously though, I'll accept the challenge. We'll talk to my wife. Give her food she should be buying,
right?
Because we are on a tight budget, you know.
Yeah, me too.
Like it is what it is right now. We didn't always live this way, and it's weird for me to grow up super dirt poor, then be fairly well off for quite a while.
Right.
I mean, I made between 80 and 120 grand for most of my shit.
Right.
Right. Like for most of my shit,
dude. I feel you.
It came back during Obama, but it is what it is.
Right.
Anyways,
well, like to put it frankly, so that you know I relate. Yesterday, I had $19 in my bank account, my personal account. I don't fuck with my business stuff. That stays where it's at.
Right.
But like I put $10 in gas. I bought 18 pack of eggs and a pack of burger. And
sure.
That was my that's what I have right now to go off of.
Yeah, I'm not doing much better.
Yeah,
because here's the thing people don't understand is like you can have money saved up.
Yep.
But when a crisis like COVID hits, and your income, even just for a couple weeks, right, doesn't match what you're budgeted for. Yeah. Your savings can be depleted. You could have 6 months in savings and go through 6 months of savings in a month.
Yeah,
because like shit happens quickly, major repairs, all kinds of shit happens. So like, we were doing really fucking well for a long time. And then we bought the house and we depleted our life savings to do that. Cause I don't believe in interest and I don't believe in mortgages. Like
That's good for you.
I bought my house cash, but
fuck yeah.
But we bought it for under 100 grand.
Right.
But we were also young. So it's not like we had 500 grand saved up. Like it was pretty much literally our entire fucking life savings. And then we got married and then we've been remodeling the house. So we're spending money over the last 3 years. We've literally gone broke in the last 3 years. However, we now have this major asset. So I'm not complaining.
Right.
I'm saying we're cash poor. So we're on this like deep ass budget. And now with the CARES Act and Corona and all that shit not coming through, like we're surviving on our basic unemployment. We both lost our jobs for COVID.
Right.
Right. So there's a lot of people like me right now.
Of course.
And the reason I'm bringing this up and making this such a like dramatic, I'm lowering my voice. I'm slowing my speech because here's the thing is like now being healthy and taking care of your body during a pandemic is literally more important than ever.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people where diet and eating the right foods is the number one problem, bulwark, roadblock, whatever, to not get on the right path.
Right.
So the workout can be great, but if you're not, correct me if I'm wrong, you can have the greatest workout, but if you're not getting the right diet, which is replenishing that energy, you'll burn yourself out in a week or two, and you'll never want to work out again.
It does in what I've been able to determine that the science is able to show that's the most agreeable. There's new things coming out all the time. I want my science to evolve. I don't want I want those new things to come out, right? Because I want to understand, I want to be able to do better. And that's how we do better. And sometimes science is shitty. And it's wrong, and then other times, we get it right for a while and we discover something better and we move on, to that. But right now, what the science is actually able to show is that, yes, calories in versus calories out matters. And it is as simple as that. Calories in, calories out. Like what you eat, how you move. If you really want to, and how you eat is up to you.
Because I've been hearing you say this on, and I'll jump in here because I think I want to set you up properly for this. I want to set you up because I started noticing over the last month, you've been putting up posts, and the idea is that you're not eating enough.
You're not.
That is, I understand that in concept.
Sure.
But I think that's lost on a lot of people. And that's kind of what you're getting at now is like whether you're trying to lose weight or build muscle, I think there's a huge disconnect between your workout and how you're supplementing that energy burn with the food you're eating.
Right.
So people are focused right now in almost a religious aspect. We talked about like getting militant about being straight edge when we were kids.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this exact thing when I brought that up. But whether you're vegan, whether you're keto, right? Whether you're fucking into carbs or not, people are fucking religiously and almost militantly engaged in these philosophies. And I, for one, believe that the future of dieting will be 100% based on blood tests and your genome. Yeah. And someday, somehow, we will figure out a way as a society. This could be 150 years from now. This could be 10 years from now. I have no idea.
It'll probably be closer to 10 years from now.
But everyone, including your own family members, will eat their own dinners. Like you won't make a pot roast and everybody eats the same thing that night because that's fucking up your 12-year-old boy, even though that's exactly what your 13-year-old daughter needs. Right. And it's giving your husband colon cancer, even though it's helping you fight your breast cancer. This meal you've eaten is fucking with all of you and helping you all in different ways across the board. Right now, it's completely preposterous what I'm bringing up, but going back to where I started with this is right now something that I think makes a lot of sense that we can do right now. And I think you're almost like ahead of the curve on this is you're not eating enough. Well, because people are almost starving themselves to try to lose weight.
Yeah, yeah.
And then what are they being malnourished?
Well, so a lot of it comes down to quality over quantity. People want to put themselves in a caloric deficit, but then they don't. They're like, oh, I'll just eat less. And that might work for you. That might, if you just eat less, if you're fairly active, that might work for you. But if you're if you're not active and you just eat less, you might lose a little weight. But then what happens when you eat more? You're gonna gain weight again. You haven't developed a metabolic rate.
So in that context, the problem is you're just not moving enough.
Yeah. You eat at that point. You probably still eat too little, but you probably, if you moved more, that wouldn't be such a problem. You would see the results, and then you would end up having to eat more because you're moving.
So you said something, you haven't established a metabolic rate. So do you believe that the metabolism is a machine that can be tuned?
Oh, to an extent. I mean, there's genetic capability within everybody, right? Like you have your genetic max that at that point, once you reach your genetic potential, like your physiological potential that's destined for you in your genes, that after that point it takes assistance, and that's where things like steroids and performance enhancing drugs and things like that kind of take over, right? And they help you get past that genetic fulfilling your genetic potential at that point, like if you want to move beyond that.
Because I'm asking that because I hear people talk about that when they switch to keto, and they're like, you're telling your metabolism, you're reprogramming your metabolism to burn fat instead of carbs.
That's not the way metabolism works at all. Metabolism is just how quickly you're able to burn energy. How efficient of a machine are you?
I have a very high metabolism.
Exactly. So do I. I was fortunate enough to have a really high metabolism, or a fairly high metabolism.
But you have bigger arms than I do. You're able to put on muscle. I'm
no, I'm not. You want to know what any size I have at all comes from? Consistency. That's it. I struggle. If I want to put on 10 pounds, I struggle. Knowing everything I know.
But I've seen you on stage for years. You've always been a normal looking person.
Yeah.
When I was young, so when I say young, I'm going back to when we first both entered the scene, about 15 years ago.
Yeah,
on completely different aspects of the metal scene.
Different ends.
But then within 5 years, we were playing the same fucking shows together.
Yeah, right.
Right? So, but you never looked like I looked. I see those pictures of me now. I've seen old pictures of you. Like I said, I just got duped possibly into seeing a fucking picture of your 14-year-old girl.
Yeah.
And it didn't look like a 14-year-old picture of you. That means two things. You always had decent size, and number two, you're not aging. Now me, when you look at a picture from 14 years ago, I look fucking anorexic, dude.
Sure.
Like I seen a picture of me when I was 19 years old and in high school, and I get it. Everyone was skinnier in high school. But, dude, I looked like an Ethiopian marathon runner.
Yeah.
Like, I understand why people told me I looked sickly and too thin back then.
Right.
Like, now I understand.
Right.
When I see that picture, I also quickly understand why I was bullied.
Yeah.
Because I looked vulnerable.
Sure.
And I look like I was somebody that was easy to be picked on.
Right.
And I'm surprised I'm still not fucked with till this day, because I'm like, I must still look like that now. I just feel bigger, right? Like,
hey,
and
well,
I am bigger.
Baby.
I am bigger. I am physically larger, but not by much.
Right.
Right. I'm about 30 pounds heavier,
right.
And you can't really tell because it didn't all go to any one place. It's spread with, just age muscle. It's muscle mass that built.
Yep.
But no matter how much I fucking work out, no matter how much I eat, there's no weight gain. There's no muscle gain. It's like as much as I put in, I burn. And I almost flirt with this idea like fucking like Mac from Sunny.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like he
cultivating
got fat
mass
first. Yeah. Like he had to cultivate mass first.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I see a lot of those dudes do that almost in reverse, right? They get into the military. They were scrawny. Jeremy Blake thinks I'm talking about him right now. I'm not. I'm not talking about you, Jeremy Blake.
Not specifically.
I'm not, but he thinks I am right now if he's listening to this. This, I swear to God. And I know you're thinking about this, which is why I said Jeremy Blake. It's not like I'm deflecting here, bro.
Right.
So he's going, he goes, yeah, he's talking about me right now. He's totally talking about me.
He is, yeah.
I'm not.
That's all about me, right?
But here's what happens is these skinny motherfuckers, they join the military.
Yeah.
The military does something to them between workout and diet. They got something mastered because skinny kids come out jacked out of boot camp.
That's just because you have no other option.
And then, but my point is then they get out of the military and they get fat. And I'm not saying Jeremy got fat. Jeremy never got fat. He just kept getting, he's like a
No, he got fat a couple times for sure. We've talked about it like this week.
Oh, okay, but I
never
never seen actual fat Jeremy.
Sure.
Is what I'm referring to is I watched him go full Joe Rogan. where everything on him got larger.
Yeah.
And just kept, maybe he did get fat, but I'm not talking about that.
No. It just didn't
he says he got
in
fat,
his process,
which is why I set this up this way. Because I know he thinks I'm going to go this way with him, and I'm not. We've been talking about Blake. We've been talking about our old bands and our old buddies.
Love you, Jeremy.
Love you too, buddy. But I'm not saying I love you too.
No, I know.
I'm saying I also love you, Jeremy. You
right.
fucking cunt.
Yeah.
Anyways, he'll probably laugh at that anyway.
Yeah, he will.
But he has said he got fat.
Yeah.
Like
no, but what you've perceived, it hasn't been that way.
I never saw Fat Jeremy.
Right.
I saw a Joe Rogan version of Jeremy where everything kept getting bigger.
Oh yeah, he's a beefcake.
Yeah,
his neck got all thick. And
but that where I'm going with this is his fucking metabolism changed.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of dudes like that were like, what do they call us? Endomorphs. Is that what it is?
There's ecto, endo, and meso. It's all just different
ectos
body
are the
types.
guys that can't seem to shed pounds. They're naturally bigger people. Endomorph is what I am, right?
Meso is the bigger one.
Okay.
Meso, I believe, is the biggest.
And I'm
one.
an ectomorph, right? Where I can't seem to
put
you and
I
both.
Muscle. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you and I both would be considered that.
And I asked you about this because it seems like you can change your metabolism, almost like fine-tuning an engine. I hear about people talk about that with the diet shit, but I think it's almost more like...
You want to know what it is?
Yeah, I do. That's why I'm asking.
It's
fuck.
It's movement, man. It's movement.
So it's pure working out.
It's the difference, yeah.
So you
got to do the right exercise.
So I have to become a fat fuck and do nothing. No. I move too much is what you're telling me.
No, I'm telling you, you're not moving the right way to put on muscle.
Oh, okay.
There's different ways of doing different things that have different effects.
Okay, so I think I understand, and I might be leapfrogging the viewers here.
It depends on your goals.
I have farmer strength.
Right. So you have a whole shitload of strength. So what I would do is I would put you on high calorie, like nutrient dense high calorie. So we're talking a lot of beef, a lot of white rice. We're talking about like eliminating high. So there's a diet that I've talked about on a couple other podcasts called the vertical diet. My friend Mike and I have a podcast called the Fitness Super Friends that we just started a couple months ago. And we have a whole talk out there about this. But the vertical diet was developed by Stan Efferding, who's a bodybuilder and powerlifter, world record holder, hell of an athlete, hell of a guy, really smart, awesome dude. He and this other nutritionist developed this diet that Stan had already been doing this for 30 years in his training. Like, he had already been eating this way. They just turned it into a thing, right? But it eliminates highly fermentable, like highly fermenting foods, or foods that can there's certain foods, they're called FODMAPs, without getting into the crazy tech.
No, I've heard of this, but I thought those were good for men's gut health and testosterone, the fermented things like
so fermented is different than fermenting. If you're eating something that's fermented, it's already fermented. And so that can have a positive impact on gut flora.
Okay.
If a food ferments, if it's a FODMAP, it's a high FODMAP food.
What does that mean?
FODMAP, I'd have to look up the specific definition. It has to do with fermenting.
But what's the concept of it?
So the concept around it is that there's certain foods that the way they break down once they're being digested, it ends up kind of getting stuck in, there are elements of that food that get stuck in your large intestine or in some place within your gut, your intestinal tract, and they ferment inside of there. They don't fully ever digest.
And you're not talking about some crazy shit hold on. You're not talking about auto brewery syndrome.
No, nothing like that.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Where you develop too much yeast or whatever. That kind of thing.
They have okay. So if anybody's what the fuck did he just say? Okay, there's a very small group of people, but small is relative. There's a shockingly large amount of people that have constant stomach and gut problems, where anything they eat with any starches or sugars in it, so fruit, bread, anything like that, as soon as it hits their stomach, their body, their stomach, and through their entire process through their intestinal tract starts fermenting that food, which, if you know anything about brewing beer, the reason that's significant is because when something ferments, it produces two things. It produces CO2, which is a gas.
Yep. That's why you fart when you eat broccoli.
Correct. And it's also why beer naturally has carbonation.
Exactly.
And number two, it produces alcohol.
Yep.
Which in auto brewery syndrome victims or
actually makes them drunk.
It literally gets them drunk. So they constantly, like, they'll fail breathalyzers.
Exactly.
Because they literally walk around drunk permanently.
So
you're not talking about that, though. You're talking about something else where, and this is hitting me real hard because I've been fighting this Crohn's disease diagnosis that I'm not fitting. But all signs are pointing to it, saying I have Crohn's disease, which is a serious inflammation issue that is related to psoriasis, which I do have.
Same here. Which
is one of the things my doctor is keying on. He's like, well, you have this, like, you're prone to arthritis, Crohn's disease, all this, because you know you have psoriasis. It's in your family. However, I don't always have issues.
Yep.
We think it's random. But you just said something that there's entire groups of foods.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's dig into this.
Sure.
So give us some examples of fermenting foods.
So high FODMAP foods would be 3 beers.
You're good, dude. You're doing great, man.
No, so highly fermenting foods.
And I got a Mountain Dew too if you want to supplement.
Oh, I would never.
Oh, that's the devil's juice. Ugh, I call it the nectar of the gods, but you fitness guys seem to call it the devil's juice.
Yeah, that's for a reason. And I'm gonna let you know right now, we're fucking right.
Fair.
You can tell me whatever you want. You know what? But there's a way I could make that fit into your diet.
I just like it. Oh yeah, because that's the thing is I don't need to drink it, but I do drink a lot of it because it's I love it.
We would just have to prioritize what we have to throw out first, but you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater,
Sure.
Toss
that's
everything
fair.
out,
That's fair.
Got to transition people into healthy lifestyles.
Okay, so fermenting foods. So we're not talking like hard cheeses and shit like that.
No. In fact, I would say that unless you have a specific issue with dairy, that dairy's fine. Like, the dairy's if you're not experiencing digestive distress of some or some sort of reaction,
like milk fucks me up.
Right. So
certain soft cheeses fuck me up.
So pick up a half gallon of Fairlife whole milk and drink that instead because it's got no lactose. The way they filter the milk, it puts the protein at a higher number, double the number of sugar in there.
Okay.
Whereas with other milk, regular milk, it's reversed. There's double the sugar than the protein.
Okay.
Just use that.
Okay.
You won't have any stomach distress. It's lactose free.
But before we get too down any of my side distraction rabbit holes,
your stuff, I
want to keep you back on your point. So fermenting foods. So what are some examples of high FODMAPs?
Broccoli, cauliflower, any shit like that. That shit. The Mountain Dew.
Yeah.
Any highly processed sugar stuff. Although I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that sweet or sugar necessarily is like the enemy. Atkins and all that shit. Sure. I wouldn't go to that far. I would say that you have to use that shit properly and at the right time if you're going to. And I would say that you should use something like orange juice, orange juice that's not from concentrate, rather than soda.
Okay, because it's obviously more natural sugar.
And you should use it at a specific time. Like nutrient timing isn't always everything, but it is everything sometimes.
So like what I'm hearing when you say that is like I have those midday crashes like everyone does.
Right.
That might, instead of reaching for the dew, you reach for the juice.
Well, no. So what I'm saying is that if you were to drink that, you should do it after your workout.
Okay.
Because if you're working out with me, you've done a workout that's depleted your muscle glycogen, your glycogen levels, and I want you to replenish that.
Sure.
So if that were your only choice, or even if that were like your third or fourth choice, I would say, well, fuck it, man. Do that.
Dude, I've heard about this.
And then what you have to understand about that is that now you've taken in that number of carbs, that amount of carbs. If you're working with me, you already know how many carbs you should be eating in a day.
In my situation,
right?
Because there's not a lot of people like me, but there is an underserved niche of people like me.
Right.
Like there's all the advice on how to lose weight.
Right.
There's no advice on how to gain
right.
it. Right. Okay. So do I even need to worry about carbs in a situation like myself?
If you're trying to gain weight right now, I wouldn't recommend that for a carb source by any means, but I mean, you're at this point.
Because we're not really talking about limiting my specific carbs.
No. I would have you eating 400 grams of carbs a day if I were having to try to put weight on you.
But at the same time, when we're talking about health,
sure, that's
like
not a good choice.
Those fermenting high FODMAPs
Same
and
thing
shit
with
like that. Like those are the things that can actually cause issues in the intestine, is what you were saying.
Yeah,
that's where you were saying it gets caught in your large intestine.
Yeah, so it gets caught up in the process, and it just doesn't digest, right? So then it turns sour, and that's where that CO2, that gas, comes from. That's why all these years, all these people talking about and thinking about like, oh, protein farts. No, man, it wasn't protein farts. It was bad ingredients inside whatever protein you took, or it was actually like the broccoli you had with your 4th chicken breast that day, or whatever. Gotcha. You know, like that's more where that comes from.
Are green beans in that as well?
No,
they call them. What do they call them?
Nightshade.
Legumes.
Oh, legumes. Yeah. So like regular legumes, like black beans and baked beans, pinto beans. Those would be high FODMAP for sure.
Okay, that's what I'm. Yeah, for sure. That's what. Because green beans, like a lot of, not all green beans, but a lot of the green beans. When I was reading for Crohn's disease, shit, because that's what we thought I had,
right?
And my doctor still thinks I have, which I don't even know anymore. But that's one of the things. That's one of the things they said to stay away from is legumes.
Yeah, and that's for that reason.
That makes a ton of fucking sense.
Right.
Because if I were to have Crohn's,
right,
those things would be actually making it worse, let alone not good.
Correct.
That's what they're getting at by that.
Yep.
Because they're naturally fermenting or high FODMAP.
Right. And I should state, I'm not an expert at this particular diet by any means. If you want the real rundown on the vertical diet, I'm an expert to where I can apply it to people.
I hope no one's gonna fucking hold you accountable to every detail you say. We're
look
talking
into
concepts.
It for yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the internet. Fucking look it up if you want to. If you have questions, you know?
or hire him,
or hire me.
And then he'll fucking tailor.
I'll figure it out for you. I'll do that hard lifting.
We're speaking in broad concepts.
Yes.
So I'm not gonna try to fucking.
Yeah. There's not enough time in the world to get into the science of all of it.
Don't let him. Yeah. Don't put him into a box, you guys. Don't do that. Don't be that. Yeah. Don't be that listener.
No, please don't.
If you're an expert on this, reach out, put something in the comments.
Yeah, if I say something
wrong. And if you really are an expert, I'll have you on the podcast.
Right.
Maybe we'll have you both on the podcast, and I bet you Eric won't sit here and fucking try to argue with you.
Oh, fuck no.
Oh, tell me
There's
more.
always more I can know.
Tell me more.
For sure.
That's the thing I like about you guys as nutritionists and as fitness trainers. This is what I love about you guys versus like traditional doctors making general practitioners making. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about because they have no requirement to stay up to date on nutrition and
they're not taught
science.
it. They're not taught it.
I mean, they have to take general nutrition to get through medical school. But it's whatever was popular and verified at the time. Because that's the thing people don't understand. I got a buddy who's going through nursing school, right? So we have discussions about like as he's going through school and like nursing practices and how they administer stuff. They act on the most verifiable data that's out.
Yeah.
You have to go to specialists who are willing to work with cutting edge data. Like general physicians, hospitals, nurses, and doctors, they're not stupid. They're not uneducated. They're general. And so they are naturally behind the curve on what is new and cutting edge. It's rare that they have the authority to just make those jumps. So that's when you get referred out by if you've got a good general.
To specialists,
they refer you to specialists specifically for certain things like, oh, I read into this keto diet and I've read really great things about it. What do you think about it, doctor? Well, here's the thing is like, it seems like it might be legit. Let me send you to a keto specialist. And he can tell you more about it. And then he'll write a referral and send you over to that other doctor.
They'd actually send you to a neurologist because that's where the keto diet stems from, is from epilepsy back in the 20s.
I've heard about this.
Yeah. So
I've also heard about it curing diabetes.
You want to know why it cures diabetes?
Because you're getting rid of the carbs and sugar.
Yeah, because you're cutting. Well, no, it's not even necessarily that. You're creating a caloric deficit. You're losing weight. You are processing food properly again.
But couldn't that be also, okay, if that's true, couldn't that be detrimental if you're hypoglycemic?
I mean, yeah. So you would have to ease your way into keto especially if you're on medication, and I don't think that that's even a good decision. I don't think keto in and of itself is a good decision. I think that it lacks balance. I think that the key to everything is balance.
Like I said, and I am not a nutritionist, but I'm obsessed with this shit.
Yeah.
And from my understanding is that people get religious about these diets and I'm convinced it's based on your biology. Like a Native American who never ate complex carbs,
right? Like simple sugars and things like that.
Shows when they eat complex carbs, they have severe problems with obesity. African Americans, complex carbs, obesity.
Well, instead of saying
Italians, northern Italians, like the blonde-haired, blue-eyed northern Italians, pasta for ages, no obesity. As soon as those two races mixed, and you get the Sicilians who lived on the exact same diet as the northern Italians, obesity. Right. When you think of an Italian, most likely you think of something out of a mobster movie, a big heavyset guy, black hair, dark eyes. That's Sicilians. They're actually Italian and African.
Right, yeah, I'm fully aware
Northern
of that.
Italians aren't.
Right.
And if you go to northern Italy and you find traditional Italians, which most people don't know are blonde-haired and blue-eyed.
Right.
They ate the same fucking diet as the Sicilians. No obesity.
Right.
So there's something, clearly to me, it seems like common sense that there's something genetic that dictates through evolution and generations what foods you're naturally able to digest.
Right.
And now as a species, as a human species, we are so diverse, right? Like I'm an 8th Native, I'm an 8th Jewish, and by all counts that I can figure out, I know my great-grandfather was black, but no matter how I do the math, I'm an 8th black.
Okay.
And then everything else is white boy, right? It's like traditional white boy from Europe, fucking Irish, Hungarian, Polish, fucking all that shit, right? Mm-hmm. This, to me, as I'm talking to you, and it's bringing a little bit more into context some of the things I've been reading, it's sounding like it doesn't matter what my skin color is, my genealogy and my blood type and all that kind of shit. There's something I'm eating that my body is not adapted to.
Oh yeah, I mean that's the thing. That's the whole thing.
And I don't think it's a random genetic mutation from some food some random asshole's making. I think I'm putting something in my diet, and we've tried to eliminate everything.
Yeah.
And if I go to just straight meat and potatoes, I'm fucking fine.
Yeah.
What does that make me? Irish? Or does that make me Russian? You know what I mean?
That makes you have some sort of genetic, digestive issue. That's all you can really say about it for what the evidence speaks to it right now, right? Like it probably it comes down to a genetic level. Right. They don't know for sure yet. They'll figure that shit out.
And I do think that it's because of my heritage.
Yeah,
and
well,
my bloodlines.
That goes right to genetics, though. I mean that
no matter what I look like.
Yep.
I have a feeling like I should be on a more native diet. Like I have this weird, eerie feeling deep down inside, like I should be eating food that the Native Americans ate, and I'm more on like a Jewish diet.
Right.
Like I look more Jewish, and I have a Jewish last name, and I'm equally, like as far as lineage goes, that's why I said as far as I can tell, I'm equally Native, Jewish, and black.
Right.
Even though I don't look black, like, and I don't gain weight on carbs like a lot of African people do, I definitely feel like something's going on here. Like the closest way I can verb it is, like I said, something deep down, and I'm way oversimplifying it. It feels like I should be on like a Native American style diet, traditional, and I'm on like a Jewish diet, right? Where we're eating falafel and fucking they got the pita bread and all that crazy shit. And something's not agreeing. So I look one way, but something's telling me deep down inside my genes are like, you shouldn't be eating like what you look like you should be eating. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And I think someday science will back me up on that.
I think it already does to a certain degree. So what you're saying makes sense. How you're saying it doesn't.
It's because I'm an idiot.
Right.
It's because I'm a fucking caveman, dude.
Yeah.
It's because I'm literally.
Well, you're still scratching the surface,
almost everyone on the planet is like 2% Neanderthal.
Yeah.
I'm like 8%.
Yeah, you got that 4X, huh?
Yeah, a little bit bigger of a forehead.
Yeah, this creeps out a little bit extra.
I got a little bit bigger of a forehead, and it's not filled with brain space.
Yeah.
It's just a thicker skull.
Yep. Your frontal lobe's more like a mid lobe. Yeah. Starts about just before the ear.
My prefrontal cortex is just a cortex.
Yeah. The prefrontal is just a fancy term. Yeah, no, I think you're on the right track. So really what it comes down to is if there is a food that bothers you, you shouldn't fucking eat it. Like if you experience digestive distress of any kind, like gas, but how are you going to escape that all the time? My whole goal as a trainer, as a nutrition coach, whatever, is to try to make this stuff applicable for real fucking people. Working class, busy, fucking
That's huge, dude.
Individuals, people who don't, and people who have typically been adverse to living healthy through either like stubbornness or I don't want to go to the gym, I'm insecure, whatever it is. And I'm not mocking those people. I just do voices as I think they kind of sound to me.
And we're generalizing.
Yeah, exactly. We're making.
I mean, we get specific about me and my example because it's easier to put it in context. But like, for all intents and purposes, in every other aspect, we're just generalizing. Yeah, exactly. We're painting with a broad brush. We understand there's exceptions,
of course. And I excuse me. I think that we focus too much on like what people are eating and not in the right ways. So, oh my God, you got to try this keto diet. It's so good. I've lost all this weight. I can't believe it. Yeah, all you did, motherfucker, you didn't even actually get into nutritional ketosis.
That was the greatest.
You did?
That was the greatest.
Is that like a Maple Grove mom voice?
That
was
like the greatest New York posh Jewish woman voice I've ever heard. Wow.
Alice and I do that to each other all the time. It's our inside joke. Every time we see something funny,
dude, wow. Dude, that was amazing. You didn't even do that on purpose. Like, no, it was just so perfect, dude.
I got that one locked down.
Oh my God.
No, but anyway, so it's just like this keto diet. Oh, it's the newest Atkins. What? All you're doing. Don't let the marketing fucking fool you. Okay? All you're doing is creating a caloric deficit. Keto, Atkins, you're not eating carbs.
Right.
You're not going to hit if your maintenance level for calories. So there's a
isn't that even? There's a keto isn't no carbs.
Keto
it's
is
just high
like
fat.
less than 50%, less than 50 grams of carbs a day.
Yeah.
If you're gonna get into sometimes even less than that. If you're gonna get into nutritional ketosis, which fact most people never actually reach nutritional ketosis. They might.
You can phase in and out of it.
They might come in and out of it,
but
they never get there and stay there for an extended period of time. The difference in what's happening there is that you're eating better foods because you're naturally seeking out meat, high protein or moderate protein. You've changed your body's energy source to primarily fueling itself off of fat.
Right.
That's only when you're in ketosis. And
this is the problem with keto.
This is the perceived problem with keto through my eyes.
But I don't think you're alone on this. This is pretty much everything I've read, and people I know that had to get off keto. Well, this is why.
But keto works for a lot of people. Want to know why?
It definitely gave me more energy.
Because they can stick to it. The ones that it works for is because it works for their lifestyle. It's not because it's some magic fucking bullet, magic pill. It's because it works with their personality. You're a person. You're a human being.
So you think it might even be more that than
absolutely. It comes down to how you're shaped, how you are as a person. Like all of those things create physiological changes in us, right? Sure. What we take in, how we live our lives from day to day, who we surround ourselves with, all of those things. So
basically, the keto thing sucks as a general diet, because you're not getting enough carbs in general.
But that's not necessarily true. What the best diet for you, and I will cite Dr. Lane Norton. He's a PhD, and that doesn't necessarily matter in this case because there's a whole bunch of PhDs out there, and he'll be the first one to say it, that are being fucking ridiculous zealots about this stuff and they're just full of shit on a number of levels.
Right.
But he would go back and he would say that the best diet, the diet that works best for you, is the one that you can stick to.
I've heard that.
That's the one. It's the one that you can be consistent with. Because just like I said, like, I have a hard time putting on mass. The only reason why I have any size at all is because of consistency. Same thing. If you pick foods that, for the most part, agree with you, and you're active, and you challenge your body's physicality, whatever way that is, that's something that it's scalable, right? You can say that for anybody. If you challenge your body physically, and that's an individualized statement, and you eat the foods that mostly agree with you, and you don't eat too much, and you move more than you eat, you're gonna stay at a healthy weight. You're gonna be a healthier person. You're gonna avoid chronic issues.
So then it's just a matter of tailoring it to whether you want to gain or
whatever
lose
your goals are.
Size.
Exactly. Whatever your goals are. And if keto's the thing that works for you and it gets you in that gym and it keeps you healthy and your doctor is on board and you are losing weight and you're getting your blood checked on a regular basis, doing your physicals, and you're coming back with astounding health, then by all means, motherfucker, eat keto.
Interesting.
That's what you should do, because that works best for you.
Does anybody really ever build mass on a keto diet, or is it pretty much for people losing weight?
All you have to do to build mass is, so there's a maintenance level of calories for every individual. How much energy do I have to take in just to keep the lights on, right?
Sure.
That's what that is. That's not including like NEAT activity, so non-exercise activity. Thermogenesis is what the T is, but and so that's the maintenance calories that's not even taking into consideration NEAT. So non-exercise activities would be like walking out to the mailbox, taking a slight walk, walking to the bus stop. You're fidgeting every day, like all the tapping and shit that you do. Eating would be a non-exercise activity.
Apparently, back in the day, and still with certain foods now, you actually burn a ton of calories just chewing.
It's not necessarily just even that. It's like after you take your first few swallows, your body's got the signal that it needs to transfer energy, and digestion takes a lot of energy.
and then critical thinking,
right?
Because I've noticed if I'm sitting in a chair all day and just really like barreling down on an idea, on a philosophy, on a thought, I will feel more exhausted at the end of that day,
right,
than I will if I'm like killing it on a construction site or remodeling my house or digging posts in my backyard,
right,
or whatever crazy physical thing I'm doing. Like there's this. No, it's different if I'm doing like a full day of that for 8 hours.
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and bullshit anybody. If I'm doing a true full 8-hour day of construction and a full 8-hour day of critical thinking, definitely more tired after manual labor. But in short periods of time, like 4 hours.
But if you were doing that manual labor, and you can't, so I should be clear before I say this, you can't out-train a bad diet. Like you just can't. It will catch up to you no matter what. But
that's what I was getting at earlier.
Right. But if you were working that construction site and you were eating in a caloric deficit, lower than your maintenance calories, so a deficit of calories, and you were working that construction site, you would lose weight. You would be muscular. You would have good tone. So that and you might be exhausted, but if you were eating right, you would be totally fine.
Right. And that's what happened when I did manual labor, and I continued to eat more and more.
Right.
But I never gained muscle or weight.
But flip that script now and think about the jobs that exist in America right now, especially, and just think about the jobs that exist. How about we just say that? The jobs that exist, primarily office, corporate, or retail type jobs. The retail jobs are a little bit different because you're on your feet most of the time, whatever, but like all those call center jobs that we had, think about all the, like, you're sitting all day. Mm-hmm. You're sitting all day. So even at that point, if you're eating in a caloric deficit, you're not being active necessarily for a fair portion of your day. 8 times 3 is 24, so a third of your day is spent sitting primarily, even if you're eating in a deficit, you're still not going to be in that good a shape because you've got to get that energy. You're still taking energy in, and you have to do something with it. You've got to move. You've got to do something with it.
Right.
That's the thing, is like metabolism is burning energy. Your metabolic rate is the rate at which you burn energy.
Sure.
So to increase said rate,
that seems simple enough for most people to follow along with.
Exactly. It's like the difference. So if you already have, like, let's say you go out and you buy a Kia, right? This Kia is really fuel efficient, right? So it doesn't burn much fuel. It'll get you around, right? It's not real impressive to look at. It's kind of like, it's a Kia, right? It's got great gas mileage. It doesn't burn energy very quickly, is what that is, right?
Right.
So, it doesn't have a lot of speed behind it, and it's also not a very high performance machine.
Right.
You're gonna get basic function, A to B to C. If you fill that Kia up with premium, or you make slight modifications to that and in how that vehicle processes energy, you put a K&N air filter in it.
Right.
You do the exhaust on it.
Shave off the head
Exactly,
just a fucking millimeter to get a little bit more.
If you're a real douchebag, you put a fucking spoiler on it. But
the secret trick is you just shave down that head a little bit.
Yeah.
Shorten the cylinder bores so you got fucking more compression in each cylinder.
Right, but
You'll also blow up your engine, but
exactly.
I just went car nerd on it for a minute.
But if you start doing that, then the way that vehicle burns gas, if the goal is performance, right? Which as a human being,
you have to increase the purity of the fuel.
Should be. You increase the purity of the fuel. You make that bitch better at burning that fuel because it's going to burn hotter.
Right.
It's going to burn hotter for longer. When it burns hot.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get your body to do that same kind of thing, why wouldn't you?
That's interesting because I hear buddies. I got a buddy of mine, Chuck. He was on the podcast. He's like, "Yeah, I just went vegan a while back." And he's
sure,
like, I feel great.
He might.
And all I could think about is I was like, "You feel great for now, motherfucker."
No, he'll be all right.
I don't know
if he does it right.
I don't believe in this vegan shit because the vegan shit. Every athlete that's ever gone vegan, every single athlete that's ever gone vegan, all they talk about is how great they feel, and then when I look at their stats. And I look at their injuries,
right?
They're not as productive. So they think they feel great. There must be some sort of, almost like you said, when somebody goes on a keto diet at first and they're like losing weight and like it makes sense because there's this immediate benefit, almost like a cleansing, like a fasting. People talk about how great they feel after fasting. Well, it doesn't mean you should always never eat. You know what I mean? Like it might
called dying.
It might just be called it might just be a temporary cleanse, a detox. It might be good for a short period of time, but like the data seems to be pretty much in on a permanent vegan diet, and it seems like a permanent vegan diet only works for a select few. Mostly women. Like a lot of dudes have some serious issues getting in the right amount of protein, and they supplement it with a lot of soy, which drastically increases their estrogen levels.
It doesn't, though.
Too much soy does seem to do that.
It doesn't do that at all. Scientifically, it doesn't do that.
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Everything I've read says it does.
The studies that are out about that speak to that case are so I should say this too, most nutritional studies that are out there right now are epidemiology studies.
Which are terrible.
Exactly. So the information you're getting is bad fucking science.
I got to take a leak.
Okay.
While I'm taking a leak.
Right.
I don't need to hear this. So I can still hear I'm going to be right there, but it's irrelevant. Sure. Explain to people, because you said exactly. A lot of people have no idea what we just said. Explain to people while I'm taking a leak why epidemiology studies are literally quite possibly the worst way for us to gain nutritional knowledge and use that knowledge to then pass on advice in mass.
Right. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Explain to these fucks.
Okay. So an epidemiology study essentially is where you would basically be asked to track your nutrition intently and intensely, everything you eat and drink, when you do it, how you feel when you do it. You'd have to note all of those things for an extended period of time, probably in most cases a year or better, if I'm on the right track there. But the reason why it's bad science is, think about the last time that you had to track your nutrition. If you had a trainer, or you decided someday you were going to decide you were going to track your nutrition with MyFitnessPal or Carbon Diet Coach or anything like that, any kind of nutrition calorie tracker, how successful were you, or are most people, at tracking and notating and taking the time to note every little thing they ate and how much of it they ate and how it made them feel? I don't know about you guys, but I can't make my clients, in the past, I'm really lucky right now. My clients right now are great, but I can't get them to track things for a week, let alone a year. And half the time, what they're tracking isn't necessarily accurate. Sometimes think about all the mistakes that can be made, the human errors that can be made there. And then think about all the people who are like just bullshitting it, that are like, oh yeah, I don't want to feel bad about myself, so I wrote down that I had this, that, and the other thing, healthy foods, when really I was eating like a fucking raccoon. So there's just, it's bad to gather data that way. It's a really bad game of nutritional telephone that ends up playing out and misinforming individuals about how things. And this is part of the problem, is that there's a lot of data out there, there's a lot of information out there, but 90% of it is fucked up. Yeah. It's not right.
Well, and you're dealing with people's honesty.
Right. So then that's why you have to take it down to. That's why I recommend taking it down to the individual. Don't eat foods that put you in digestive distress.
That's why I like that telephone analogy specifically for that reason, because it's almost the same reason that the courts say eyewitness testimony is one of the most unreliable things.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you're relying on somebody's discretion on what they think is honest, and they won't be honest to you that they cheated on said diet.
Right, because they're ashamed and feel guilt.
Or there's other factors, like they smoke.
Yeah.
And that's not even in your control. Like you don't have an ability to discern, like, this diet has a completely different effect if you're a smoker.
My favorite one.
You know what like that's a terrible example, but you know what I mean? Like,
my favorite one is like, red meat's so bad for you. Like, red meat's not bad for you inherently. Red meat's just not. Right. It's not.
That's the reason I don't like the vegan diet, is because my buddy who's going to school right now for this shit, we've talked about this, like, sustainably long term. Fuck the protein and the estrogen argument.
Sure.
B12.
So take a B12 supplement.
That's the point, is you have to supplement.
So you should supplement anyway. Our food is shit now.
But unless you can and are supplementing,
right,
you will not get enough B12 without eating meat. Unless you're supplementing. And you're going to have to supplement pretty heavily, especially if you're in a situation that would normally require, like what we're talking about, a lot of meat, a lot of protein, a lot of carbs, a lot of energy to input all that shit. Me going on a vegan diet and trying to build mass, never gonna happen.
I could do it.
You think?
I fucking know I could. I've done it. I did it to
I'm not accepting that challenge.
I did it to my girlfriend.
I'll accept the first challenge. I'm not accepting the second one.
I eat tofu every single day.
I'm not saying you can't eat tofu, but you also don't avoid meat.
No, I don't. But so the one thing, if you're a vegan, I ask that you, at least the one exception that I ask that you make.
Fish?
Do you want to fix the problem? Eat eggs.
Yeah.
Chickens are going to lay.
I've heard about that a lot.
Chickens are going to lay eggs no matter what.
Correct.
It doesn't matter. So pick brands that treat their chickens
just raise your own chickens
ethically, or raise your own.
I mean, you can do that shit right in Minneapolis.
Exactly.
In Minneapolis, I think you can have 6 chickens.
So eat
6
eggs.
chickens. That's an unlimited supply of eggs. You'll be giving away eggs.
And don't come at me with some fucking story about how this study said that eggs and cholesterol were bad. And I'm going to tell you to
but
get
vegans
fucked.
don't do that. Vegans aren't doing it for purely health
the
reasons.
animal
They're doing it for
and
ethical reasons. But you nailed it, dude.
Right.
Here's the thing: is the chickens lay eggs regardless.
No matter what.
The reason they lay an egg a day. That's literally what it is. Correct?
Right. Yep.
Or is it an egg a week?
That? I'm not.
I think it's a day or every other day, something like that.
Yeah, maybe.
Approximately.
I'm not a chicken farmer. I'm
pretty sure that's what it is, though. But the reason they do that is because wild animals regularly eat them.
Correct.
Before they become young.
Weird. It's one of the most desired succulent foods
in
all of nature.
You said that earlier.
It doesn't matter if you're a fish or a bird or a human or an ape or whatever it is, you're going after eggs.
Yeah.
And so don't tell me that they're bad for you, because it's one of the reasons why we've survived this long.
Well, and that's the other thing. Is like they attribute a heavy amount, at least so far, they attribute the growth of the human brain. They think it was when we learned how to cook meat and we started taking in massive more amounts of protein, and that and when you have a baby, they say fat and protein literally helps their brain development.
Of course.
So we need high doses of protein
and fat.
And
high-ish
I
fat.
think evolutionarily speaking,
right,
most of us on this planet adapted to needing meat specifically because of the B12 argument. Because there's really no other way to get B12, especially minus science and technology and supplements.
Right.
Like, you're just not doing it. Like, you would literally, and that's what I think people need to start thinking about. Because again, right? I don't want to go too far backwards into like the riots and shit, but I have to validate this argument.
Sure.
Like, oh, we need guns to fight the tyrannical government, and we need guns to fight like a mob of people that might come through looting and burning our neighborhoods. People are like, you're paranoid. That'll never happen. Now everyone who said that has guns, and they're worried about fucking random people looting and burning their neighborhoods, right? Like, when we said the Patriot Act and DHS was going to fucking be deployed on American citizens, they said, you're paranoid. That'll never happen. 20 years later, that's exactly what's happening all over the country. Right? So... The point is
willful
like preppers,
ignorance.
Well, it's what I'm getting at is then they mock the preppers, right? Who are like, well, the reason I chose to learn how to do all this and built a bunker is because if shit hits the fan and society collapses and I can't depend on to go get my meat from the store, I want to be able to hunt. And that's why I have all these guns and all these bows and arrows and blah, 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 blah. And that's why I stockpile dry freeze food. And you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I got you.
So again, thinking in that mindset, which is something most of us are going through right now.
Yeah.
Like, we're quickly witnessing, it's not like George Floyd was just a single wave and we got through that.
No, it was a right turn, man. Like, that
it was a fucking
hard right.
It was a catalyst.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing it in Kenosha. We're seeing it all across and it's not stopping anytime soon.
No.
There's a very good chance we descend into a full-on civil war.
I hope
and
not.
Complete supply chains are completely dismantled. That's what we're getting at now. Like, people started going to the grocery store and going, what do you mean there's no meat?
Right. I've never experienced that personally, by the way. Every grocery store I've ever been to, my wife always had meat.
My wife has. My wife also figured out the trick right away because it's supply chain related.
Right.
So, like, you'd go to one grocery store, like, I'm just going to say Cub or Festival or Hy-Vee, and they'd be completely out of all of the breads and rice and that kind of shit, but they'd be fully stocked on meat.
Right.
And then she'd go across the street to the other grocery store, and they'd be completely out of meat.
Right.
And fully stocked on all their breads.
Yep.
And you're like, well, what the fuck? This doesn't make any sense. Why would people be... It's not people buying all their shit from any of these places. It's literally people... It's literally just supply chains.
Yeah.
So, like, they weren't able to supply... Cub's supplier ran out of meat. Hy-Vee's supplier ran out of bread and pasta and rice. It had nothing to do with consumerism. It had to do with supply chains.
Because the shitty work environment those people that were making that food worked in got all fucking screwed up on COVID, man.
Well, and then restaurants got fucking shut down. So then once restaurants got shut down, certain meat plants shut down because that's all they were supplying. Like, certain meat plants never supplied anybody other than restaurants. So when restaurants got shut down, they stopped supplying, which means the plant got shut down. Like, there was a story in Minnesota where I'm probably going to exaggerate. It was like 100,000 or 700,000 chickens were euthanized.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Because the fucking demand went down.
Yeah.
Right? And it was the demand went down not because people weren't eating any more chicken. Right. It's because the restaurants got shut down and that's who they were supplying.
Yeah, exactly.
So... where I'm going with this, and I know this seems far-fetched and long-winded, and people are like, God, he must be drinking a lot tonight. No, I'm not. Here's where I'm going with this. If your fucking B12 supplement isn't at Target anymore, and that's your only supply of B12, you have to start eating meat, or eventually you will not have enough energy to do anything, no matter how much carbs, sugar, any of that other shit you're eating, no matter how much soy, no matter how many peanuts. The only way we get B12 is through eating meat,
animal products.
And meat products.
Yeah.
So just understand, like, there's cool if and when we have the privilege and the luxury and the technology to ethically not slaughter cows.
Right.
then maybe we can talk about that. But condemning people ethically, because, and that's what I'm getting at, is it's not just the dietary side. It's the way people demonize someone for eating meat.
Right.
And it's like, not only that, but dude, you want to talk about being vegan and switch everything to vegetables? Any of y'all fucking farmed?
Yeah.
Do you realize how many animals we kill to keep the farm safe?
Yeah.
Rodents. I'm not even getting into insects.
No.
That's a silly
there's
argument. But the rodents,
like
the predators,
yeah.
Like, dude, like no one has any idea what they're talking about if they think eating all vegetables is somehow not resulting in animals dying.
Right. So what you're hitting the nail on the fucking head.
And I only have an argument on the ethical side. Everything else, and the B12 thing. Right. Everything else is subjective.
Yeah, no dog in that fight, right? Like, yeah.
Like, and it's all opinion. There's no facts to back it up.
Right.
The only validity to my argument is the B12 thing, because that's science, and like a prepper argument, right? Conspiracy. Like, if it all goes down, like, you better get off that fucking train. And then like I said, the ethical side of like slaughtering animals. Like, come on, dude, y'all don't farm.
Well, so first I'll speak to your point about the side of things where if shit hits the fan, people are going to do whatever it takes to survive. I don't give a fuck
will become cannibals.
What you think. You will do, if you are starving ass hungry, you will eat some fucking meat to survive.
Have you ever seen those studies where they show, like, it takes approximately 48 hours of complete nutrient deprivation before somebody will consider cannibalism? But that's all it takes.
That's all it takes.
48 hours. And people will start thinking about cannibalism.
Yeah.
Cannibalism.
Yeah.
You want to talk about ethics of eating meat? Motherfuckers jump right past cows and go straight to humans. Like, I've been a vegan my whole life, but his butt cheeks seem like a decent meal right now.
Just takes 2 days, man.
We're not talking a sexual thing.
2 days.
For real. For real. And they say you can survive for like a month or 2 without food. It's only 3 days without water, but within 48 hours, that's how much motherfuckers are craving sustenance. Which is like food, like sustainable food, which is usually meat or carbs, not fat and sugars.
The reason why we gravitate towards meat is because of the nutrient dense nature of it. It has nothing, very little to do with personal taste most of the time. If you have a personal taste about it, that's fine. You've developed that over a course of time. But the real thing there is that your body's telling you that you need it, or that if you have that ethical objection, I respect your objection 100%, and you're making a decision for your life that's how you want to live your life,
and that's cool.
And I love that
too, as long as you understand you're still killing animals,
and you're
just killing different animals
in a different way,
smaller animals, and way more of them. Like, I'll kill 1 cow or 1 elk or 1 deer and feed my family for anywhere from 6 months to a year.
People get kind of mixed up though, man. Like,
but we'll kill thousands of shrews, moles, voles,
all those other animals,
mice, rats, crows.
Not to mention destroying the entire ecosystem for single crop farming that actually destroys the quality of the soil because you're planting the same thing over and over again.
Okay, seriously, I'm not being sarcastic. Let's save that one for the next time you come on, because monocropping is a blight.
Exactly.
On nature, and that's the only way you can have mass sustainable farming is called monocropping, and that is a huge issue all in of itself.
Yeah, whether you're talking
organic, it doesn't matter.
Avocados to walnuts to almonds to it all takes water. It all takes water,
which we're running out of,
and most of it's grown in places that don't have good water sources. So yeah, exactly to your point there,
we're running out.
Yeah, exactly.
We really are.
All of that aside, I think that if shit hit the fan, vegans that have that ethical, they would do one of 2 things. They would either have the conviction to die of starvation, or
doubtful.
I'm going to go ahead and say I agree. And if there's anyone here who would let themselves starve in the face of death, if you're like, no, I'm a vegan, you're like, okay, man, I got nothing but respect for that shit.
I would actually have so much respect for that person, because whether I agree with you or not, if you're willing to die for your principles, that's the ultimate respect you can earn.
When shit comes back together, they're gonna make a movie about you. I guarantee it.
For real though, like if you're willing to die on your actual principles, I can't respect you anymore.
Yeah,
there's nothing I can do to respect you more than or you. There's nothing you can do for me to respect you more. Right. That. Like if you're really that vegan, I'll be like, all right.
Yeah,
that motherfucker was really vegan.
Peter Berg's going to end up making a movie about you. Right? Lone Survivor and Patriots Day. Mark Wahlberg's going to star as you in the movie. It'll cool.
definitely, the rights will definitely be purchased by Oliver Stone.
Yeah, like, exactly.
He'll buy the rights to that story. Right. And then Mark Wahlberg will star in it.
Yeah. No, I think so.
No, it can't be Mark Wahlberg. It can't be Mark Wahlberg. It's got to be, you know who it's got to be? It's got to be Leo DiCaprio. Because he's the only one that can get that skinny.
If Peter Berg did that movie, I'm saying that because he's directed, like, he did Lone Survivor, he did Patriots Day, he also did Deepwater Horizon, and they all three starred Mark Wahlberg.
That's his guy. That's his guy.
So yeah, so he did
like
all three
Tim
of those.
Burton and Johnny Depp.
Exactly.
You know who would be better at that specific story though? The guy who died on his vegan principles. The best actor.
Christian Bale.
That's exactly who I was gonna fucking say. Give me a nug bump on that one, dude. That's exactly who I was gonna say.
Tom Hardy has that level of method commitment too.
Man, I gotta say,
physicality.
You know, Russell Crowe had that too. He would do the massive weight gains, but he hasn't been able to shed the weight since.
No, he just kept on drinking. He was like, "Fuck it, I got another movie where I got to be a fat shit, so I'm just gonna keep going."
He went full Marlon Brando. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. He's the Marlon Brando of our era. Very good. Yeah. Okay, so before we derail on all that thing, let's keep talking about this one thing because this idea, right, with the vegan thing.
Keep us on track.
So with the vegan thing, they would do whatever they had to do to survive, and if you fucking don't and you die, then again, I respect you because you held tight to those convictions. That's cool. But if you the thing about the gaining mass and the B12 issue and stuff like that, if you're a vegan and you can bring yourself to just eat eggs, just add eggs into your diet. My girlfriend is a vegan. She's the most reasonable, intelligent vegan I've ever encountered. And I implored her, or encouraged her, I should say. I didn't have to twist her arm up too bad because she used to eat eggs too. She's very reasonable.
Vegetarian by definition? Then once you add in an animal product,
no, because I think the thing that makes people vegan is now the way that it's looked at these days.
Or is there a certain type of vegan that allows like eggs and fish?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be more like pescatarian technically if you want to get into it. But I think the vegan thing comes down to the animal cruelty. If you're calling yourself a vegan, it's specifically related to the belief against the animal cruelty.
Yeah, because I want to know how the vegans feel about like actual natives that still hunt and fish.
I think they have a problem with it if they're staunch enough. I mean, again, everything's got a spectrum, right? Like there's vegans like my girlfriend.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, and when I say vegans, I'm not talking about everyone who's vegan. When I'm saying vegans, it's the same thing as me saying like the alt-right.
Right. Like who is that?
It's a small segment though.
It's a bunch of extremist people, dummies.
Exactly, that are like the farthest to that extreme that you can, because that's what I've been getting at this whole time is like all of these diets, the keto guys, the fucking, I don't think the carnivore guys seem to be that way though.
Yeah, they do. Oh, dude.
Okay, then I'm just naive because the only argument I've heard for the carnivore diet is it fucking works for me. Stop fucking telling me I'm going to die. That's all I've heard is people just being like, dude, it works for me. Stop telling me I'm literally. But I've never heard anybody preach the carnivore diet.
But those same people need to take a page out of their own book and not, aggravate vegans and make passive aggressive comments and memes about and it's all in good fun, or it's supposed to be at least. But people really latch onto this shit and they make it their whole fucking life. I did.
I mean, I understand why people would be religious about a carnivore diet, because it seems like virtually all of them that are on it are doing it because they have some serious autoimmune issues.
Or other inflammatory issues, whatever.
And I'm specifically thinking of guys like Jordan Peterson and his daughter, and people that like them, where they have serious chronic health issues,
right?
And then they move on the carnivore diet and they're fucking fine. But then, let's be honest. Let's finish this story. Jordan Peterson, very much back in the hospital with some serious health issues again. So
he's not in the hospital now, but he was for a good year. And actually, it wasn't working as good as he was saying it was working, because he was still having incredible. He wasn't having any digestive pain. It cured his. It helped his anxiety. But what he didn't say is that during the midst of all of his, or he wasn't telling us while it was happening, rather, is that while he was in the midst of going on all these tours and everything, and he was under all of this stress, he started taking fucking benzos for his anxiety. And he got a
benzodiazepine.
Yeah, benzodiazepines. So things like
and that's an antidepressant or an
SSRI.
SSRI.
It's not even it's a benzo. It's different. It's more closely, and I could be totally fucking wrong here. Think of it as the opioid of mental health medications. Okay. So
I got it.
So physiologically. Hard physiological addiction that they don't even ever tell you about when you take benzos. Benzos are meant to be utilized for only a very short window of time, 2 weeks,
like a literal opioid.
Exactly, same idea.
Like fucking morphine tabs or fucking
exactly
or oxycodone.
Exactly,
you're supposed to be on that shit for like 4 days.
Not
4 days.
Good for So
like
then
I think specifically because the one people can relate to out of the ones we just mentioned, are oxys.
Yeah,
that's the one everybody knows and can relate to. I think, and I could be making this up. Feel free to chew my ass in the comments if I'm wrong. I believe they say 7 to 10 days.
Right, exactly.
If you're on them for 7 to 10 days, you could already be addicted to like a crippling level. So I believe, if I'm correct, if my memory is serving me correct, 4 days is the true original recommended prescription, because anything between 4 and 7, you're like walking a tightrope, because between 7 and 10, you're pretty much, most people are like, you're probably already fucked now.
Yeah.
And then by the time you get through your regular prescription, which is like 2 weeks, you're a full-blown addict, whether you know it or not.
Yeah.
And I think benzos are like that. I just didn't remember. I couldn't remember what they did.
Well,
but I do remember the addictive side.
Anti-anxiety, antipsychotic, that whole thing. But anti.
By the way, we've been doing over 3. We're at 3 hours and 10 minutes. How much longer do you want to go? I'm willing to go as long as you want.
I don't give a shit.
Okay, as long as you want, dude.
Cool, that's fine.
All right, bro. All right, bro.
Like I said, that all or nothing personality I was talking about earlier.
Sure, dude. If you don't have a heart out, dude, neither do I.
I got to work in the morning. Whatever.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, and we started it fairly early. We started it at 6, so it's only
7.
9.
But we talked for an hour.
Oh yeah,
before,
that's right. So it's 10. So we probably should get you out of here pretty soon then,
because
you do have to drive home.
I do have to drive,
and it does get a little sketch. But yeah, I mean,
you'll have to walk me to my car and stuff.
Even when I say, which is funny because I walk every guest to my car.
I figured you did.
I do, because here's the thing: is like, everyone on the block knows me, and if you're walking with me to your car, they're like, "Oh, he's cool."
Right.
But if they see a single random dude walking on the block after what we went through, white or black, if you ain't known on the block, motherfuckers are suspicious.
Right.
And if somebody's not out on their porch regulating, like, you don't know who's gonna walk up and decide that there's a law that night.
I used to live over here, man. I know how it works.
And it's ironically gotten a lot better.
I believe it.
But at the same time, people still, especially now with the shit going on in Kenosha, motherfuckers are like on high alert right now.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like,
every right to be.
Like, I'll be up pretty late tonight.
Sure.
I'll be out there taking a shift till about 2 a.m. probably.
Okay.
But nothing's gonna happen. Right. Is the point. Right. That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, I know.
Especially if they see me walking down the road with somebody, they're gonna be like, that's Jared. That's white boy down the road. It's funny. Half of them know my name, and to the other half, I'm literally white boy down the road or white dude down the road.
Oh, fun. Yeah, I was kind of that way on my block too. Like,
literally the 4, 5, 6 houses on the top side of the block don't know my actual name. I'm white dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. White dude's cool as fuck. I heard about you. Yeah. You're already good in my book, man. All the neighbors said you're cool.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, my name's Jared. And they're like, I know you, white dude. like I'm white dude. But everyone else, I'm Jared. It's hilarious.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
It cracks me the fuck
Hell
up.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, even when I say, all right, let's wrap this up, it usually still takes a half hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah. We're going to be in this for a minute yet.
Yeah, we're good.
No, I think that, so I was talking about how my girlfriend Allison's approach is so much more reasonable. Like I said, I talked with her about she used to eat eggs, and she was having trouble, like, even with like sleeping and getting enough protein in her diet and getting the right kinds of protein in her diet and stuff. And I was like, just eat eggs again. And she was like, I don't know.
I've heard about the lack of protein in the sleeping thing.
It's hard to find good protein sources. It's easier now, but if you've been a vegan for most of your life, you've probably had to relegate yourself to eating shit food that are really highly processed foods, because a lot of the vegan foods in the past have come prepackaged,
right.
highly processed stuff. It's really bad for you. Look at the ingredient list on some of that, like Boca and Morningstar Foods and shit. Well,
not only that, but they're fucking riddled with gluten to hold it all together.
Well, fuck gluten. Gluten's fine unless it bothers you.
Gluten fucks me
I'm sure
up.
It does if you have a digestive issue, yeah.
Well, and here's the thing is I realized it's not gluten like as it... Because I had to deep dive this fucking gluten thing.
Right.
So there's a lot of bad information out there about
so
gluten.
much.
So first and foremost...
It'll make your dick small. It's going to close your butthole forever. Like it just closes
South
like
Park
an envelope.
says it'll make your dick fly off.
Right. I forgot about that.
Which was proven to be correct, by the way.
Yeah,
scientifically proven. South Park showed you your dick will fly off like a rocket if you eat too much gluten.
Right.
But I've deep dived this. And there is what I believe to be a scientific... Well, actually, no. Let me rephrase that. There's nothing wrong with the science. It's the way
it's the interpretation.
Science has been marketed.
Yeah.
That gluten, which what I'm about to say is technically true, but is a misnomer, I believe, through everything I've been able to research. And I may be a caveman, but I'm still not an idiot. I don't know.
I like that.
That doesn't make any sense.
It does.
But gluten is a natural byproduct in wheat, which is technically true. However, if you were to walk into a fucking wheat field and grab a wheat stalk and eat it, you would receive 0 to minimal gluten in your system.
Right.
Specifically, gluten is increased by the processing of wheat.
Yeah, it's a protein that's exposed in the process of cooking. Exactly. Yeah.
And so when you get into processed food, the content of gluten is so much dramatically higher.
Right.
It actually makes an impact.
Right. Exactly.
Which is why the Italians, again, to go back to the northern Italians, can eat pasta all day long. Americans go over there and eat that pasta, and they're like, I felt fine. Right. I mean, I felt a little sluggish because it's fucking carbs, right? But they're like, I felt fine. But then I came back home and went to the best Italian restaurant, and my guts were all fucked up.
Right.
It's because American wheat, through GMO...
It's mutated, yeah.
Yep, through GMOs, the gluten content is so much dramatically higher than through natural heirloom wheat that grows in the field, which is what if you were able to digest that shit in the first place, that's what your body was able to digest. This is almost like drinking Mountain Dew. Like, well, we've been eating corn and we've been eating sugar cane for years. So what's the difference? Well, the concentration of high fructose corn syrup is the difference.
Right.
It's yes, it's technically the same, but the levels are so
and think about post Cold War.
It's like sprinkling a little bit of heroin over your bowl of weed.
Just a dabble.
Yeah, it's like sprinkling a little heroin
or
over
doing
your weed
full blown heroin
and then smoking it.
Mainlining
that shit directly into your veins 100%. And when you sprinkled it over the weed bowl, you took a little baby bitch hit and then shared that with 9 people. Right. So the dosage is so small, you might be able to smoke a tiny little bit of heroin and not have an issue.
Right.
But all of a sudden you mainline that shit, and from everything I've heard, it's like meth. You're addicted the very first time.
Right.
And I've also heard that shit about wheat. And
that it's addictive and stuff like that?
That it's an opioid. And from everything I've been able to research, is it absolutely, at least in your brain, engages those same dopamine responses, and that's why it becomes a comfort food. That's why people feel comfortable when they eat bread, warm bread, fucking sugar, chocolate, all that kind of shit.
Oh yeah,
because it it's a fucking those carbs specifically, but wheat is the most highly concentrated,
right?
And breads, especially once it's processed, that wheat, that shit becomes addictive,
right?
Because it acts in your brain as an opiate. It may not literally be an opiate, but it acts as an opiate.
What you're saying is
chemistry.
activating the same chemical responses within inside the brain
as an opiate.
Yeah.
And I've heard that from like even my boy Anwar, who's a literal licensed nutritionist. He worked for the military. He's a personal trainer. That's what he does. He's on that train, and they may not be correct, but it is on the cutting edge of how people are looking at wheat specifically.
Sure.
Carbs in total, but specifically wheat, because there's something about the dopamine response in your brain when you eat that it becomes extremely addictive, and that's why people have such a hard time giving it up. Like, you can get all the carbs you need from potatoes or rice, but people can't seem to quit bread.
Right.
That's what they're getting at there. And they may be right or wrong, but it's kind of more of a philosophical argument.
I think that a little bit of anything isn't going to, like,
you just a fucking opiate. It's
like you
heroin.
just said, the deal
it's not opium, right?
Well, it's not opium.
It's not.
It's not.
It can't be.
It can't be, no. But what I'm alluding to is that you hit the nail on the head right when you said like only sprinkle a little bit of heroin on your wheat.
Right.
Just sprinkle a little wheat in your diet. Don't fucking make it everything, you know?
Right.
Like, and that's the thing is,
then only do it every once in a while.
If you love sandwiches, eat some fucking sandwiches. But also,
probably
eat some other stuff too.
And probably don't use white bread. Specifically bleached, enriched white bread.
You can eat a little bit of that too.
See, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
that's where I'm like, get the whole wheat, get the unprocessed.
There's no difference.
I think there is.
There's not, though.
I think there's a way in what your body is trying. It's almost like the margarine and butter argument, right? Like, and granted, I'm not a nutritionist, but your body knows what to do,
right,
and expect when it's digesting butter. It's been doing it for thousands of years.
Right.
It has no fucking idea what margarine is, what it's supposed to do with it, or what it's even getting out of it.
Right.
To me, that's like white bread. Like I'm talking like fucking
like
bleached,
Wonder Bread.
Yeah, literally. That's what I was struggling for. But actual Wonder Bread. That's a perfect example.
I would say you should avoid Wonder Bread too, because it's a shitty specific product and products of
amazing,
that.
But it's horrible.
I don't know, man. It's thin and fucking. If you get a little bit of moisture on it, like mayo, it just turns into fucking Play-Doh. So like, I can either eat the sandwich or build a castle out of it. I don't know what the fuck to do.
It smushes like nothing.
Yeah. I used to fucking ball up Wonder Bread and throw it at people. Like, that shit would hurt.
Yeah, we would ball it up. And we would literally fucking
pelt somebody in the dick with a ball of Wonder Bread.
Did you ever make snowballs out of it?
No.
Yeah, dude, it was the best core for your snowballs. So you take Wonder Bread, you'd be in the house with a loaf of Wonder Bread, or several loaves of Wonder Bread, because it was also cheap when we were kids, like 50 cents a loaf,
right?
If that.
Yep.
And you could just literally, you could take $4, and just buy several, and you'd ball them up, and they'd make these perfect little cores, and then you'd set them outside in your snowball fort. And you'd let them freeze, and then the way we did it is we always had a ramp with like a little thing, and the guy would be over here making snowballs and then roll them down to the throwers, and we'd rotate out so nobody got the shitty job all night. And there was always another fort on the other side that we were fighting with.
Yep.
And so in order to ethically create a better snowball without freezing them in ice, which we all know, if you grew up in the north, there was always that one asshole kid who froze snowballs like in action. He made his snowball, then he dipped it in the ice water in the gutter, right, or whatever, and then he'd set it aside and then peg it, and then he'd wrap more snow around it so it looked normal. No, the ethical thing to do was the bread, because even when it froze, it was hard enough to make a real impact, but never actually fuck you up.
Right.
Because you still built a real... And those fucking... You remember?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like, when you crumpled up the fucking Wonder Bread, they got very small. Like, they were very
concentrated.
Small. Yeah.
It was like a...
It was like a golf ball.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you'd use that to make your snowball. And the only reason it helped, it didn't hurt anybody more, but it gave you a little bit more of a thump when it hit you, and you could throw it a lot farther and a lot more accurately.
Yeah, it finally had some heft to it.
Yeah, dude, yeah. Because we were in Minnesota, sometimes we had that dry, powdery snow, right? So, like, you have this little hard core.
Then you get that wind blowing, too. Yeah, you get a weak-ass snowball, it's going to drift. You're not going to hit your target.
Exactly, and even if the fucking snowball fell apart in the air, which it usually did,
right,
that fucking core of that fucking bread would still keep going. And it never hurt anybody, but it still hit you. And you're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, dude, it was great. Yeah. That was the secret. Yeah. I can't believe we were the only ones that did that.
I'm sure
I've still never found anyone that's ever done
really?
That.
Yeah. I guess I didn't hear about it until now, like Wonder Bread for Snowball. But
yeah, it's the core. Because even frozen, it's not a rock.
Right, yeah.
It's still bread.
You're not going to kill anybody with it.
You can't.
Hopefully.
You can't even if you get hit in the head, you've got earmuffs and a hat or a hood.
Out, yeah.
Like it's like a really soft arm punch.
Right.
Like it's nothing. It's like a smack in the back of the head from your parents because you fucking said the F word in public.
Yeah.
Like you're not getting a concussion. Yeah. You're fine. You're completely fine.
If you got my dad, you're probably getting a concussion.
Just a wallop.
He didn't ever hit me, but he wanted to. He wanted to so bad that I felt it every time.
I'm definitely hitting my kids.
Don't do it.
Definitely.
Don't do it.
Not hard. No,
right. Oh, yeah. You can get a little smack upside the head or
something.
Smacks. Yeah.
Here's the thing.
I never do it with my daughter.
Here's my favorite. With the daughter, I already figured it out. I can't hit her because she's a girl.
Don't do that. Yeah. Don't.
But you know what I will do?
What's that?
I will flick her little ass in the forehead.
Oh, that's almost worse.
You know where I learned that from? My cousin who has a daughter, and that's she won't slap her child. But when she was a little kid and she'd be mouthy, she'd just give her a little right in the
dude, my dad does that to me
because it's the thickest part of your head.
I'm fucking 38 and my dad still pulls this shit with it. I'll say something fucked up or do something whatever, and I should say that he's not like he'll say something fucked up too. That's what I'm gonna say. Is my dad will say some fucked up stuff. He's fantastic.
Don't worry, my mom is the queen of saying fucked up things.
But he's hilarious, and
so is my mom.
He's hilarious to a point, but but he'll come up and he'll fucking flick me in the throat, like right in the goddamn
just in the Adam's apple.
Oh, and he'll catch me at the weirdest time. Like I'll be looking over and my neck will be fully exposed, and he'll just see it as an opportunity, and he'll be like, "I love you." Bop!
That's a Gen X thing. That's the Gen X version of a ball tap. So in our scene, in our industry, and I don't know if you ever fell victim of this because
many times.
Okay, so clearly
the ball game was just
this is partially my fault, by the way.
So I hang out. I'm
one of the people who I didn't invent that, but I'm one of the people that I'm literally, arguably, single-handedly responsible for resurrecting
around here
the dick tap in the Minneapolis music industry.
That's funny.
Because as a fan, as I was just joining the scene, 16, 17 years old, not even like where everyone else was at that time, the head charges and shit.
Sure.
I was building friendships and doing that with my buddies. I'd just walk by in high school and dick tap people.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I got on the scene, I started doing it, and it, like the keychain game, it caught on like wild.
Yeah.
So basically, you and anybody else who got dick tapped on the scene, that's pretty much my fault. I apologize.
Oh, jeez.
Hashtag me too.
How did we go to?
You all got sexually assaulted because of me.
How did we go from veganism to dick taps? This is just a weird.
Well, I mean, we are here. We are in the third hour.
Yeah, we are. We're here.
And I don't want to keep railing on vegans either.
No.
And you made your point super soundly. That's the other reason is like, I felt like we kind of wrapped that up because basically, like, if you're a vegan, you highly encourage people to at least consider adding eggs to their diet.
Yep.
And we made the point for that. Like, they lay an egg a day or every 2 days or whatever it is. And, like, you're not killing anything. You're preventing it from becoming a life. And trust me, that chicken's going to go on to have plenty more eggs. And if you have an ethical reason about where you're getting them with the companies, then fucking raise them yourself. Even
or seek out, or seek out
a company.
Every major grocery store right now, because of the huge organic thing, one of the best things to come out of all this organic, and I'll call it nonsense, but it's not necessarily nonsense. I'll call the zealotry behind a lot of it nonsense.
Well, and a lot of it is also false.
There's
very little regulation behind the word organic.
Right. It can be thrown around. It's a marketing term. Just like
correct.
It's no different than anything else.
Correct.
It's used to sell you a product.
Correct.
And so I think that the bigger issue at hand is how we farm, not that we eat animals. It's how we go about that process. My grandpa was a farmer in the 80s. His farm was fucking awesome. It was doing pretty well. It was in South Dakota. And dude, they killed the small farmer. They killed it. It just died. Mass farming is the problem. The mass farming is the big issue.
Yep.
And then, that's all just companies looking to make a buck. So so I would say that typically, no matter where you look in life, you typically get what you pay for most of the time. But sometimes you can catch a deal and you'll get a really great product for a low price. And other times you'll get a really shitty product for a high price. The idea is to find what works best for you within your life, your individual life, whether that's eating, whether that's your beliefs, whatever that is, like, get your house in order.
I love that.
Yeah,
I think that's great, because that's really all anybody can concentrate on.
Right.
And all of the issues we've glanced on and went through tonight, that's the moral of all of them, is get your house in order. Focus on what works for you and what you can control specifically. Start with at least what you have under your umbrella of control. Don't try to build the second story of your house before you've even laid the foundation.
Right.
We can go on cheesy metaphors forever. But
And
that's why I started joking around and we got distracted, because I felt like we kind of made that point pretty well. If we didn't, then it's just my drunken perception, and now we that's a solid thing.
So try, and I say try because it's not an easy thing, right? It's not like accountability is fucking hard. It's hard to, at the end of your day, take a moment because of how, we're busy or whatever, and we just are trying to get by, and all of these, especially in the moments where we have all these problems going on, and it's problems that you want to try to solve, but you don't know how to solve them. The COVID thing, all the racial tension, the political weirdness that we got going on, the way our lives have been fucking changed, and maybe how we even got to this point to reach all the way back to the beginning of the podcast. But so you gotta. We were talking earlier about how I saw somebody say that, if you're one of the people that are just focusing on yourself right now and you're not, you're part of the problem or whatever. Well, no, you're not necessarily.
That's why I got irritated with that, is because dude, this is all I can responsibly and reasonably control.
Right.
If I try to go beyond my little 3-block radius, I'm actually leaving more people vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I'm actually infringing on other people.
Right.
Because I don't know what the culture is 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks away.
Exactly.
I live in North Minneapolis. It's a different Minneapolis in North Minneapolis than it is South Side.
Yeah.
Granted, it's still mostly minorities, and white people in those two versions of Minneapolis are the minority, but it doesn't mean they're the same neighborhoods.
Right.
It doesn't mean they have the same cultures or beliefs.
Right.
Same thing with Uptown or Northeast.
It's a different tribe. It's a different vibe. It's a different
We're all one Minneapolis, but what makes us beautiful is that there's a North Side culture, right? Or know me. That's what some of us are calling it now. There's a South Side culture. There's an Uptown culture. There's a Northeast culture. Northeast, we call it Northeast, which is actually two different things.
Right. But that's like the artsier district, whatever.
We're splitting hairs at this point.
Right, yeah. But I think, and there's something.
But I don't want somebody from Northeast,
right,
or North Side, running over South Side in the middle of the night, part of the protests / riots,
right,
defending that community. That ain't your community, bro. Well, your community's over North Side, and we got fucking domestic terrorists over on North Side doing bad shit, and North Side. So be over North Side where you're most effective. Just like my buddy who's like a data specialist, right? Love him to death. He's like, let me know if you want to come through. I'm strapped. I'm like, honestly, you're not of value to me on the ground.
Right.
Like, you're a value of me dissecting information and giving me heads up watching Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, local news, national media.
Right.
Like, you're an intel guy. I don't need you here on the ground.
Guy in the chair.
Yeah, literally though, literally, and and it's the same reason. Like when militias form, like people are like, "Oh, all you 2A'ers, how come you didn't go out to Seattle and defend CHOP?" It's because I'm not fucking from Seattle. I don't know Seattle.
Yeah.
My legal guns that I own.
Right.
I'm not allowed to travel to the fucking West Coast with them. Like, that's a whole different animal, man. No, we got problems here.
Sure.
So I'm not taking offense to it, but that's why I have issue with that statement, because it's not understanding, like, dude, that's why we have problems, because everyone's focused on fixing that instead of fixing this.
Exactly. That's how we got here in the first place. That's what if I had to say anything as an overarching generalization, is that personal accountability has just become less of a priority. I'm not going to say it's not a priority, or it's maligned. And I think that like Rogan and some of the other guys have been hitting on this
Peterson,
a lot.
Jordan Peterson a lot.
The narcissism that goes on because of social media and because of the gratification it's that instant gratification. It's like, do they like me? Yes, they really like me. You know, and all of a sudden you're Sally Field at the Oscars in the 70s, like, they love me. They really love me because someone fucking clicked a care emoji on your goddamn Facebook post or whatever. You know, it's like, it's bad. It's bad to seek out validation that way. It's really bad. You need to find it inside yourself. And I'm not a pro at it yet. I'm very unhappy, and I never will be. I'm very unhappy with where I currently am. Even though things are going well for me, I'm not unhappy. I shouldn't say that. I'm not done yet. Is what I'm saying. Is that I'm just getting started, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with a person tending to their own house, because if you have your house in order, you can be more effective outside of it.
Correct. Right?
Yep.
Exactly. So like I tried to use that exact analogy. Like, I can't change the federal government,
right,
or the state or county or city or even my block until I got my shit under control.
Right.
Once my house, my literal house, like once I have all my remodels done and my house looks as good as I can make it, and I've done everything I can do to fix my house,
right,
then I have equity, both financially, literally, but I'm talking about like I have equity that I am doing something to improve this neighborhood,
right,
by deliberately and singularly improving my house.
Exactly.
Then now I have an example, and I have kind of shown neighbors and other people what their house could be. And I'm actually like not alone on this. There's actually, you've seen it. You came on the block. Like, we got a couple shitty houses on the block, but like you literally parked in front of the house. Like,
I did.
There's like six houses that are perfectly manicured lawns in North Minneapolis, in the middle of the fucking hood, like the actual hood. There's 6 houses on one block that truly give a fuck. So when I bought my house, I saw these motherfuckers and I was like, well, I don't want to be the shittiest house on the block. So now I'm giving a fuck about my lawn. And then the neighbor bought the house when that went up for sale, and she's like, well, man, now I have the shittiest lawn on the block. And then my original neighbor across the street, Nene's like, I see what you're doing, Jared. Challenge accepted. We're officially on a battle of who's got the best lawn. And the point is like, now we're building a community on caring how good our properties have. And where am I going with this? What is my overall? It's called the broken window theory.
Okay.
So we figured this out in downtown Detroit when they had a desolate neighborhood full of broken windows. It served as a beacon for other people to come in and further vandalize said neighborhood. So all they did was replaced all the broken windows. Swear to God.
No, I know. I believe it.
They replaced all the broken windows. And as soon as they did that, vandalism dropped.
Yeah,
because people are like, oh, well, I don't.
Someone must care about this.
Exactly.
They
appealed to people's subconscious humanity. So when we do that here, it starts with you, right?
Yep.
And then other people will see you and go, oh, I'm not alone. And they'll do it. And it takes time. We're talking years. You said earlier.
Generations.
You said earlier. You said people want this change now. I think we were before the podcast.
Before the podcast,
they want this change now. They don't understand this takes years or generations.
They can't fucking have it now.
Well, but the context we're talking about is this silly little home analogy, but it works because this still took years. We've been living here for 3 years.
Right.
And it's been a slow, I don't want to say battle because that implies there's an enemy. It's been a slow grind, I should say. And slowly, even the renters on the neighborhood on the block that don't usually give a fuck are slowly giving a fuck.
Right.
They're like, you know what? We want to mow our own lawn. If our fucking slumlord's not going to do it, the whole neighborhood's getting nice. We want to be nice. So I got motherfuckers asking to borrow my lawnmower. And I'm like, dude, I can't borrow the whole fucking block my lawnmower. Like, Jesus Christ, you guys. Like, we got to figure something out here. Like, and they're like, well, let me pay you to do it. And I was like, I don't have fucking time to mow all you guys' lawns. Like, maybe we need to get one of the kids, right? One of the teens. So I'm, again, now that I got my shit under control, I'm thinking as the community. Okay,
right, exactly.
Maybe we find one of the kids. Maybe now that I have enough influence on the block because I gave a fuck long enough, I became a part of my community long enough, maybe I can now talk to the other homeowners on the block and be like, let's all throw $10 in.
There you go.
We're gonna go find a used lawnmower for one of the neighbor kids, and then everyone who doesn't own a lawnmower is gonna pay $5 a week to this 12-year-old. And he's going to mow all your lawns. Now this kid is the only 12-year-old making $30 a week.
And now he has to hire somebody else.
Right. And now all of a sudden he realizes he got the seat. Now all of a sudden one dude combined with another one person, with another one woman, with another one random family, and then 6 people slowly took one block, and maybe, just maybe, we turned a little fucking kid into an entrepreneur because we gave him the ability to make $30 simple a week mowing lawns on a used lawnmower. And he went, wait a minute, can I scale this? See, now I'm talking like my buddy Chuck, right? So if Chuck watches this, shout out to Chuck. He was on the podcast. Now that little kid starts going, well, what if I want to do more lawns, but I can't afford to do more lawns. So what if I find a buddy and I give him $4 for every lawn, and I keep $1 because I'm doing the work of finding the client. Now we got ourselves a little businessman.
That's right.
And he's not exploiting anyone to do it.
Not until he gets big enough. You gotta grow. You gotta grow into that role.
You can't at least a multi-million-dollar.
You don't get the Jeff Bezos by just like, you know, mowing lawns and stuff. Eventually you gotta like replace him with machines or.
But at the same time, he never really fucked anyone. Like, I study Jeff Bezos and he gets a lot of crap, dude. Like a lot of fucked up shit.
He's just a nefarious individual with a lot of fucking money. Like he's.
But he didn't start that way.
No,
he started with a brilliant idea, and all he ever did, and I swear to God, because I'm obsessed with like building business and like building a system and a culture, right? Because I'm obsessed with sports and football and all that kind of shit. And these philosophies transcend sports and business and music, right?
Right.
His number one philosophy since day one, still to this day, is customer satisfaction and customer experience.
Right.
They are, and he actively says this, if you are obsessed with customer experience and customer satisfaction, eventually you will be successful.
Right.
So all of us can say everything we want about the problems with Amazon, but fact of the matter remains, no matter how you look at it, mathematically, tax-wise, income disparities, any of that other kind of wild-ass shit, bottom line is that motherfucker is a plus. He is a positive, not a negative. And he's not even a zero. Like, he's in the black. He's not in the red on societal and economic contributions.
I love all of the people that bitch about Jeff Bezos and then go and order a fucking something off of Amazon because they can't find it someplace else. Like,
that's the thing, is Amazon's fucking awesome.
Right.
I get all this movies. I get music if I really want
it. As a service I pay and a convenience. I mean,
yeah. And access.
Right. And access to certain products that you normally wouldn't have. So, but here's the thing, is that people don't understand that there is no fucking utopia. There is no utopia. There are upsides and downsides to everything.
Mm-hmm.
If you have, just because a majority of people enjoy Amazon and utilize Amazon, and it's moving towards that, as long as he doesn't cross the line into, and he's gonna make mistakes. That's the thing that
he made a huge mistake.
He's made a lot of mistakes
when he allowed Chinese companies on the platform. That was a huge mistake,
and he set bad precedents in a lot of ways. He's allowed that to happen.
Well, because these Chinese companies are sending the Chinese companies are selling false products, fake products under false advertising, faulty products. They're not honoring their warranties. It is bad, but he'll fix that because again, that doesn't align with his original mantra, which is obsessive
the customer
experience and customer satisfaction is number one. And I have some issues with him and what they're doing ethically, But again, when I look at things, I remove the emotion. I remove my feelings.
See, yeah, I try to do that too.
I look at it and I go, this guy is a net positive for America specifically. Because no matter how far he ships shit and no matter how distant he allows things to come in, like, it's a truly American-based company. And there is no intellectual property like an Amazon, or I'm sorry, like a Google or a Facebook or an Apple or any of these other American companies where when they fuck with China, it all gets stolen from them.
Right.
Like, he went, no. We're above China.
Yeah, but that motherfucker still don't pay no taxes.
Yes, he does.
He might on his personal stuff, his actual income.
Which is more important because, again, so I got a really good buddy who's an expert tax accountant, a corporate tax accountant.
Sweet.
And he goes, no, y'all don't get this. He goes, here's how this really works. The only way you don't pay corporate taxes, the way people claim about Amazon, is because let's say you made $100 million in profit.
Right.
But then you go out and you buy a building for $50 million.
Right.
And then you spend $30 million on new forklifts.
Yeah.
And then you spend another $20 million on employing people into that facility.
Yep.
You actually didn't make any real profit according to how the taxes work.
Right.
That's why. Is because they know, and this is here's why this is important, is because if Eric Kais,
got it.
If Eric Kais decided to start a fitness company, LLC, today, and you move that to an S Corp or a C Corp, which is a full-blown corporation.
Right.
If you do it properly and you work your ass off and you expand aggressively, but not too fast,
right,
within 5 to 10 years, you can be the Netflix of fitness.
Right.
That's how Netflix was able to show up, make the world a better place for video consumption. Because I'm sorry, dude, like, theaters are cool. Blockbuster fucking sucked.
It sure did.
On demand is better in every fucking way.
Way better.
Every way. Convenience, selection, access.
All of it.
Consumer pricing, availability. Like, dude, going to the movie store and renting a movie used to be like something you had to budget for.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, now I can fucking just $15 a month,
$4.99 for a fucking 24-hour rental. Get fucked.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, no late fee, no nothing. Like, oh, even the brand new one's $20. You
know what I'm gonna do in that situation? I'm gonna end up renting that shit from you, and I'll just keep it. And I'll never fucking pay you for it.
Yeah, and the late fees are fucking astronomical, right? And now even the ones that are in the theater, $20.
Yeah. No
problem. Yeah. Me and 4 people.
Redbox got smart.
That's $4 a pop.
Yeah.
No problem. That's way cheaper than a theater even, right? But my point is that's because America has the ability, with the way the tax laws work, is if you truly have a great idea and you expand the right way, meaning whatever money you make in actual profits,
right,
if you turn around and reinvest that by buying more equipment, hiring more people, expanding your facilities,
you can write all that shit
exactly.
Off. Yeah.
Now, Jeff Bezos and his personal CEO income 100% absolutely pays all that fucking income tax.
Right.
And here's where people also forget to factor in the reality is that all of those things that I just mentioned, yes, they're tax write-off, so he doesn't pay money on that. But you know what Amazon still pays taxes on? Remember that $20 million worth of hypothetical employees they hired?
Right.
Fucking payroll tax. There's no avoiding that.
Yeah,
right?
You can't get out of that.
And they pay a minimum wage of $15 an hour.
They do.
Which is exactly what everyone's demanding. So I don't understand.
Well, I don't think that's what they're demanding. I think that's what they conceded to as a society. I think we conceded to. Okay, $15 is reasonable.
Which didn't even get implemented everywhere.
No, most people or a lot of people are still against it. A lot of people are still. Minneapolis, it's fitting. Like, I mean, Minneapolis
here's the
proper.
Thing is, I'm 100% for it if somehow you can work out a way to pay the guy. So let's say new employees used to make 10,
right,
and now you're going to hire a minimum wage at 15.
Right.
Okay, cool. Are you also going to give the guy who's now making 16 and worked his way up from 10, are you going to give him a $5 bump? Because now he's making 21.
Right.
Now, the people who are making $100,000 a year probably don't give a fuck, and they can survive with or without
exactly.
It's those middle ground people who you're fucking,
because they
work their asses off
absolutely.
to get to that 15, 16. And now this jackass with no 5 years experience
comes in on a
motherfucking
Audible.
on a high school diploma.
Yeah,
you want to pay him as much as me?
Yeah.
Fuck you, Tony.
Yeah, exactly. That whole thing.
That's the reality that you're dealing with.
Yeah.
Like, that's the bona fide reality, is because there's a lot of people that worked really hard to get to that point, and now you want to start everyone at that point. What are you doing about those guys?
Right.
Because unless you're going to suddenly jump them from 16 to 21,
yeah, it's probably not going to happen.
You're kind of fucking a lot of people, bro.
Yeah.
Like, you're kind of fucking most people. Most people aren't making 15. Most people aren't making $100,000 an hour.
Full disclosure, I don't make 15 at my part-time day job.
But
I don't.
You do make more than 15 when you want to in other ways. And you can make more than 15 at your day job.
Right.
Because you do make commish.
I do make commish.
And if you wanted to, and that's why I loved commission-based jobs. I want a minimum guaranteed $15 an hour. I'm like, I don't want no fucking guaranteed salary. I want a minimum salary, like, of $7-8 an hour, just so I know I have a couple $100 no matter what happens. But no, I want an uncapped commission. That's what I want, because I want to know that I can go to work and look at the numbers and go, if I want to make X amount of dollars, I need to sell X amount of shit.
Right.
And then I can scale that and go, how do I sell more shit? Okay, I can either get better at selling. I can figure out how to sell more per sale. I can figure out how to get more customers. You see what I'm saying? But this is a mindset that people like you and I have.
Right.
Other people have no idea even where to start. They have no idea where the line is for starting, let alone finishing. And you hear about that all the time. You hear about people talking about, like, starting life off behind the starting line. And it's like that's not the best analogy. Here's the thing: is they don't even know where the starting or finish line is, so they don't even know how hard they're supposed to be running through this race we call life.
Right.
That's the difference. Is motherfuckers, certain people, guys like me, you, Zach Boyd, Anwar, Chuck, most of the guests I've had on, if not every single one of them, right? They realize that no matter how we look at things, no matter how nice we are, no matter how giving and selfless we are, the world and the mass amount of people and society and governments are not that way.
They're not.
It's a competition.
It is.
No matter how much you don't want it to be.
And you should enjoy it.
And you don't have to fuck people to get there.
You don't.
You just have to work way harder than them.
You
or focus, or don't get distracted, or manage your time better.
And again,
or have better content.
You don't fall victim to, smelling your own fucking shit too fucking hard,
so
man.
Easy to do, man.
Don't.
Luckily, right now,
yeah,
as well as the podcast is doing this early, because I don't have a lot of subs, but I get a shit ton of views.
Cool.
So I get a shit ton of views for being this young of a podcast.
Right.
Luckily, that is not going to my head. Luckily, I only believe what I just said because close friends are calling me and telling me it's doing well.
Right.
And they're like, dude, this is really good. You got to keep going with this.
Right.
And I have to keep going back and measuring metrics and going, no, the numbers are showing this is going really well for being so new.
Right. Well, I would say that you're doing your homework then, and you're not just letting your own ego fucking drive the car,
But that's luck.
Right. Well,
because this is like an ego thing, right?
Right.
Like, I usually have a very healthy ego. Sometimes it's portrayed as too big. In this case, it's too small. So one of my things in this podcast world, being so new and only having less than 100 subs at this time of recording this.
Little imposter syndrome going on there, maybe.
Not only imposter syndrome, but as much fun as I'm having and as much positive feedback as I'm having, I still have this doubt, like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I'm not fucking Rogan, dude. Like nobody gives a fuck about Jared or any of his fucking friends. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
like,
they don't.
No one listens to this.
They don't.
Exactly, they don't.
Yet.
But some people do.
Yeah.
Right? And I have to focus on the positives because luckily,
right.
Luckily, as well as this is going already, I'm not immediately going, hey, I'm fucking onto something. I'm going to be the new Rogan.
There you
go.
Fuck
everybody.
You're going to be the first Jared. You're going to be the first Jared.
You know what I'm saying, though?
I know,
But it's so easy to fall into that. You get a little tiny bit of success. You get this tiny little bit of fucking... They're called yes men.
Right.
Every successful musician eventually falls prey to surrounding themselves with yes men. People who won't tell them, dude, that new song sucks.
Right, yeah. I don't like it.
Not even I don't like it, but it's like, dude, I get it. You're a brilliant musician. You're trying to transcend and do new things.
Push limits and so on and so forth.
But here's the thing. Yeah. That fucking sucks.
Yeah, you're not hitting the mark.
Yeah, like you've gone fully off the deep end.
Yep.
Like, rein it back a couple notches.
Yeah, precisely.
Once certain musicians get to a certain level, they all fall prey to that. Alanis Morissette is the greatest example I've ever encountered. Like, that weird ass... Do you remember what I'm talking about? That MTV appearance where she was like...
somebody told her that was okay, and
she didn't care anymore. No. She's like, I want to be an artist. I've made all my money. And it's like, bitch, you had 2 good albums.
Yeah, well, I mean, if that's what satisfied her, though...
And we all are still talking about her. Like, we still know.
Exactly.
So maybe
we're sitting here right now.
Maybe
like,
2 albums is all she needed.
That's all she needed. Some people, it's one hit, it's just the thing. Like, I would highly encourage people to abandon their fear and their fear of missing out, because a lot of things that stop people from doing what they really love to do is this fear of missing out, the FOMO thing, right? Like, well, then if I'm busy, like, pursuing my dreams, then I'll miss the latest Netflix show. Oh, and I know it's not that specific, but like
that's a terrible analogy, bro.
Right. But
I know what you're trying to say.
That's a stretch, of course. But is it though? Like, how many people are stuck on their couch right now?
FOMO can be a great thing, though.
It can be,
right? Because FOMO,
aim it that way.
FOMO can be used
the other way
to motivate exactly in the opposite direction when motherfuckers
what if I
are
never
procrastinating.
Do this? What if I never do this?
Well, and motherfuckers are like, oh, I'm not ready. I'm waiting for this. And here's why I'm saying this is because a lot of bands do this, right? Like I hear current credible musicians say this. Like, no, dude, you wait till you get the T-shirts and the album and all of those things done and perfect before you even play your first show. That way, when you play your first show, you're immediately hitting the ground running. And it's like, that can take a long time. Yeah. That can take a really long time.
Yeah.
Like, if you have a good idea and you have a good band full of good musicians, there's literally no negative to just start playing out.
Right.
Like, as long as you don't sound like shit, and even sometimes then, you're never going to get good for certain people in certain bands.
Yep.
Based on the equipment you're rehearsing on, you'll never get good just in the rehearsal space.
Yeah.
Like, the only way you get good is by cutting your teeth on stage, dealing with a live mix, sound guys, good sound equipment so you hear what you're supposed to sound like, and then you can start, like...
Yeah, that's the only way you're going to grow.
Right.
For sure.
If you're new. Now, even if you're established, I'm still not convinced you don't play any shows until you've got all of those... Like what's the negative? Like,
I would say at least get yourself. So there's
have a banner in a demo.
Basic preparedness. So
have a banner in a demo.
Drop a single at least, but have 30 to 45 minutes of material ready.
I think it's far more important that you have your social nowadays. You have your social setup. So have a legit Facebook. Have a website. They're cheap
good
as
graphic
fuck
design.
Now. Yep. Get a good logo.
Yeah.
Get your songs somewhat recorded. They don't even have to be super hi-fi. Just get them to sound good and get them tight.
Right.
Put that shit online. Have a banner when you go out on stage that you hang above your drummer so people can see your band name. They don't have to listen to you say your band name through the PA.
Right.
And then access to that. So either flyers where people can get to your website or like just a shitty fucking... I don't think CDs would be a good idea anymore.
Like download cards would do it.
Maybe, yeah.
But
even then, or the QR. I'm actually realizing like my experience is outdated. Like we got to adapt that. Like, so you got to be able to
put it on mini disc.
Like a download card is cool, but I think just like an easy way for people to QR shit.
Right.
Like that's got to be the way, and then bring them directly to some sort of like, again, this is oh, I just figured it out. Oh my God. This is why you have a real website.
Yeah.
So you have a QR code that brings them directly to a specialized page with for
like a landing page.
A landing page, but it's only to that QR code, not your. It's at your website, so you can track the data.
Yeah,
but it only has a very simplified, like 4-link thing, optimized for a phone that brings you to your preferred social streaming site. So, like you scan this QR code, pops you up on my website, and you have a Spotify, an iTunes, an Amazon Music, and a Google Play. 4 easy, dumbass elderly people can blind people can click them. They can see them so easy, and boom, you have direct access to your music. That's your version of a CD now.
You don't even need that. All you need is an Instagram handle, because you can develop what's called a link tree on your Instagram, and then once you click, if they have your Instagram handle, they can go to your Instagram right away from any website, and inside your bio you have a link tree set up, and when they click on that clickable link in your bio, it actually lists all of the places and all of the things that you want them to send to. It goes to a landing page, and then they can select your Amazon, your Spotify, or wherever. It'll send them wherever you want to, an unlimited amount of places.
So that works if you're a band and you have that link in your bio.
Right.
But if you're a musician or a podcaster or a comedian, and you're constantly switching that out. Like me, every time I put a link in the bio for my Instagram,
no.
Jared Singer Live.
So what it is, so let me clarify. It's a link that goes not to one place. Linktree is a link that they click that takes them to that landing page you were talking about with the QR code.
Got it.
Has all the links to all of your other stuff.
So you could take that Linktree thing and put it on
in
your
bio.
Facebook, on your Instagram bio.
Exactly. And
it's not exclusive to Instagram.
It takes them to a landing page where then they select where they want to consume your content from.
No shit.
Yep. Yes, sir.
It's called Linktree.
I think it's.
I'll figure it out.
It's Linktree. Yeah, Linktree is one of the service. There's a few different ones out there that provide that service or that.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
Yeah,
that's fucking legit, dude.
Yeah, it is. This has been fun. This has been a long time.
Let's wrap it up.
Yeah,
we've been here 4 hours.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway,
plug all your shit. Plug all your shit. Let's get out of here. Plug all your shit.
Kai's Fitness Coaching. It's kaisfitcoach.com.
Which is spelled keys.
It's not spelled keys. Keys is Keys.
Okay, fair. Fine.
Fine. It's eyes with a K in front of it.
It looks like keys.
It might look like keys if you've never read a book before, but
it's eyes with a K in front of it.
No, it's fine. I answer to both. At this point, I'm convinced my family's saying it wrong.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. I think we just got drunk one time and just like, fuck it, keys, Kais, whatever.
What is it, German?
I don't even know. I'm
Austrian.
That side. So my biological dad, I don't know that.
K is East European.
Well, so it's I think it's actually a combination of things. It's English, it's Norwegian, yeah, it's a couple different things.
Maybe there was like, if it's English, then maybe it was different. Somehow Nyes at one point in time.
Maybe
like
I don't
there
know.
was an N in there or something. Because K is a pretty clear indicator that it's Eastern European,
sure,
and Southeastern European. Whereas when you get to Northwestern Europe and Western Europe, they switched to C's.
Oh, okay.
And it was because the way which was the more predominant language that they derived their shit from. Whereas like in the North, a lot of it was more the Gaelic and Old English and Celtic and that kind of shit. Yeah. Whereas in the Southeast, they came more from the Arabic and the Greek and the Roman and Latin.
Dude, my grandma could tell you. She's done a whole genealogy thing, like on my dad, on my adopted dad. He's the only guy I've ever known.
That
for
shit
a dad,
fascinates me, bro.
No, but
I only know this because that's how I figured out we were Jewish.
Right.
My mom is the only one in my family that hasn't admitted that. I figured it out.
Okay.
Like the older people in my family knew it.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Yeah, that's totally true."
Funny.
But my mom's like, "We're not Jewish." And I'm like, yeah, we are, because it's specifically the way Cantor was spelled. It's Kantor is the literal Yiddish word for singer. If we were only Northern Europeans, it would have been Cantor or Canter.
Right.
And then same thing, the way Kantor was spelled, like reoriented it back to specifically Jewish instead of Kanter. that would have made it more like possibly up in the northeastern part of Europe, like more Hungary and Russia.
Yeah, like Eastern Bloc.
And I might be fucking this up because I've had a few beers, but like the K is key. Like the fact that your name starts with a K, it just immediately, because I used to be obsessed with
the Gaelic thing, I mean, that makes sense a little bit. Like,
oh yeah, that's right. Because once you jump all the way up there, they completely inverted all the rules.
Yeah, I'm not even sure, man. And honestly, I don't even give a shit about any of it.
Either way, you're beautiful.
Thank you.
You're a gorgeous man. Oh, you're a gorgeous man.
Careful with that ego.
All right, so Eric Kais. Is it that simple on all your social shit?
I'm actually at Fitness Coach Kais.
Fitness Coach Kais.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
When we roll out,
sure,
I'm gonna have you write all of these links down.
Sure.
Because I even want to have people be able to reference and get back to like Aetheric and the Dying Euphoria shit.
Oh, sure, yeah.
We didn't even dive into any of that. We gotta have you on again, dude. There's so much we didn't cover.
Yeah.
Is what blows my mind is like how much common ground we have.
Yeah, we have
on
a lot.
So many cross subjects.
Yeah.
Like I can't even figure out an image to try to describe the way there's like so many intersecting lines across so many like literal like relationships. Pat Rulin, Jeremy Blake,
friend groups, that kind of stuff.
Like band members and different Tim Morton in different scenarios for different reasons and like and then I think it's just hilarious. Fucking hilarious how all of you guys didn't like me.
You know, I wanted to keep not liking you too.
And then over time, I won you over.
You did. You wore me down. I was just finally like, ugh, fucking fine. I'll be friends with you.
It's usually my tickle the butthole move that wins people over. But with you, it was just my words and my generous smile.
That's right. That's all it took.
All right, buddy. Let's wrap it up on that.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you guys for watching. If you like, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and hit the bell, and check in the comment section and all that kind of shit for all of his stuff. Otherwise, me social media wise, it's all Jared Singer Live. If you know me, do not add me on my personal friends thing. I'm not accepting friend requests on that. Like, I'm not doing that anymore. Unless we're
it's a waste of time.
Unless we're super close friends and for some godforsaken reason you're not friends with me, then it's okay. But still, I'm still not going to accept it. Text me and then I will add you because I don't ever check that list. Other than that, guys, I love you. Let's do this again, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
This was a ton of fun.
Yeah, it was. Good times.
All right, buddy.
See ya. Fucking 4 hours flew by like so fast right there.